Before time, before light, before dark, before the realms of this universe had even existed, there was one realm, a realm of light, one of immense beauty and wonder, known only as the Pearl. Only one being had existed at this point in time. Many may come to know this entity as God, as he contained immense power and would pave the way for the creation of this universe. The entity known as Anu had occupied this realm. Others would call him the Diamond Warrior, or the One. Anu was comprised of crystals. However, what was contained within would birth something truly terrifying, something that would bring about terror, hatred, destruction upon those who would oppose them. Anu lived peacefully in his isolation, being able to create anything he wished to see, companions he wished to live among, or tastes he wished to gorge upon. One fateful day, however, he looked upon his own reflection, gazing deep within himself to see that his emotions were unchecked. Even though he had happiness in his own isolation, he saw that there was a great sadness in his life. In his own self-interest, Anu decided to purify himself with his own great power, hoping to become pure, and so he did. And once the ritual was over and the darkness and great sadness had been removed from oneself, Anu would feel overjoyed to be made free of such a burden that manifested itself into a great and terrifying entity of its own making. There Anu was made a witness to the darkness in the clear sky, with storm clouds brewing as if they were coming from the energy itself. The clouds grew darker and darker until the clouds and the dark energy had become one sickly black color. Anu felt a great tremor in the realm of the Pearl as something came slithering and crawling out of the storm. The energy had manifested itself into the form of a colossal beast with 7 necks like a hydra, each spawning one head that appeared to look like they belonged once to a great dragon. The beast would be later known as Baphomet, the true primeval. Feeling the great sadness at its core, its very being, the emotion soon turned into a great hatred for this realm and towards Anu, the one that had cast it out. The beast would invoke terror towards him by using this hatred to begin its destruction of the realm, burning the lands, scorching the many companions Anu had given birth to. The waters boiled, and Anu knew that he had to put this evil to an end. The two would battle against each other, a conflict that would be eons in the making, continuing on for millennia. With each blow, the realm's outer walls would weaken, and with one final assault, Anu and Baphomet would build up as much power as they could muster, almost looking like the payoff would never come, with how long it took for them to summon all of their strength into one final blow. Suddenly, as the two entities emitted their energy out towards each other, the blasts had reached their targets. A huge shockwave could be felt rippling outward, and the Pearl cracked under the immense pressure, leaking in light and darkness into the space around them, creating a new world. Baphomet soon fell into the dark void. Anu would scream a blood-curdling scream as he felt his very being coming undone. The crystal facets of his body began to shatter, just as if the Pearl had been his true body all along, and he was a warden for the prime evil. The light gave birth to a land that almost seemed to clash with the darkness, with Anu's divine consciousness being sent into a different realm outside of this newly born universe. His body, however, wasn't as fortunate, with one of his eyes becoming the world stone for this new land, where it would remain with the earthen boulders clustering around itself. Anu's spine would unravel, reaching far into the darkness, burning anything it touched with the hot, pure light of Anu's being and power. Out in the dark of this new world remained a husk of what Baphomet had once been. As the body slowed and came to a graceful halt, the body would become the breeding ground for all matters of evil. Baphomet's flesh scarred the lands and ultimately became the foundations of the burning hells and the realms that resided within. Over the countless centuries, eventually maggots began to form inside Baphomet's corpse, which spawned the demons into this new, horrifying world of lava and terror. The heads of those once great and terrifying Baphomet had begun to spawn the most destructive and terrible creatures even known imaginable. These would be later known as Diablo, the Lord of Terror, Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, Baal, the Lord of Destruction, Andariel, the Maiden of Anguish, Duriel, the Lord of Pain, Belial, the Lord of Lies, and Asmodan, the Lord of Sin. However, as these demons had been developing their powers and challenged each other for dominance, the high heavens had been forming with the spine of Anu forming the crystal arc. The heavens soon took shape around this landmark, and slowly over time, the angels would begin to populate these halls of light, floors that reflected oneself back at them, fountains that poured holy water outward. The heavens would reach outward to the skies, reaching well above the clouds. The crystal arc, however, was to be what created the angels. Whenever the center vibrated, a new angel would be born, each angel carrying an aspect with it, a value of Anu. In these early days, 5 angels had been selected to lead the angels in any quest. These angels had been selected due to being the most in tune with Anu's virtues: valor, justice, wisdom, hope, fate. Ethereal had been chosen to be the Archangel of Fate, with his extraordinary ability to unravel the binds of time and to see all that will become of those who inhabit the lands of creation. Uriel was the next to be chosen as the Archangel of Hope, with the power of hope flowing through her, embracing her. She would be a great mentor, counselor, meditator, and when the time would soon come, a great warrior. Imperius was chosen next to be the Archangel of Valor, with the power of courage in the face of uncertain outcomes. Imperius was indeed the warrior the angels would come to be in great need of. He was a true warrior, falling to no adversary other than his great pride. Tyrael was the next to be chosen to be the Archangel of Justice. He would judge those under his mercy fairly and truly, and would be the maverick of the group. And finally, Malthael had been chosen to become the Archangel of Wisdom. With his great knowledge and power, he had been chosen to lead the other members. These 5 righteous and powerful entities would come together to lead the angels as the Angerous Council. As for the pearl itself, the remnants would be later discovered and would become to be known as Pandemonium, with a great light being scarred into the fabric of reality, showing all those who dwell upon it just how violent the birth of creation had been. Pandemonium stands as the nexus in between the two sides, between the burning hells and the high heavens. The Angerous Council in their time of peace would help to design the Silver City. However, like all things in these worlds, just like the tale of Anu and Baphomet, peace would not last for long. Soon the two sides would seek expansion into the nearby lands, and the demons would attempt to find something other than their brothers or sister to conquer. Eventually, over the centuries, the two sides would find each other after Tyrael had built a fortress around Pandemonium and the World Stone, which is something the two sides had desired, and the eternal conflict would commence. However, would the same result occur from this war, or would they be able to find common ground for the good of all who dwell within this new realm of both light and dark, good and evil? Or would they forever be locked in combat with one another? What could be the consequences of these actions? Welcome to the complete history of the Diablo universe. In the preceding battles, the two sides of angels and demons would vie for dominance of the lands in between the burning hells and the high heavens. Believing only absolute order could govern the two realms, the Angerous Council would take to the battlements, aiding their brothers and sisters in battle against the demonic brethren, who were led by the prime evils Diablo, Mephisto and Baal, who claimed that darkness and chaos had been at the center of all things. Over the eons, the two sides would battle within Pandemonium, attempting to push the other back to their respective side. However, even though the archangels had been successful in killing these evils, they had failed to ultimately destroy them, resulting in them returning over and over again. The two sides believed that whoever controlled the World Stone would gain the ability to shape reality and create life as they saw it to be. The angels would use the World Stone to create worlds in perfect order and harmony in line with their ideals and virtues. However, the demons would use such a raw power to create engines for their own uses, ones of destruction, and to create worlds of hatred, terror, and destruction. However, over the countless eons, the two sides were never able to remain in control of this stone, resulting in these worlds withering and dying out, with the fires of war rinsing over them of any goodness or destructive capabilities. Over time, however, the World Stone became poisoned over the two sides, tugging and pulling for dominance in the war. Within these battles, the Angerous Council would fight amongst the other angels who had been within their ranks. Tyrael in time would find himself in great peril when Imperius would rush to his aid, saving him, and in other times Tyrael would find himself saving Imperius from these perils of warfare. Azmodan at this time would become engaged with Tyrael, and in their battle near the Pandemonium fortress, Azmodan would find great difficulty in defeating the Archangel, and when Tyrael was about to deliver the final blow, one of his fellow angels would cry out to him, asking for his assistance. Defeating Azmodan would be most beneficial in the war for the high heavens. However, he felt that he couldn't turn his back on his comrade, and so allowed Azmodan to escape back into the darkness. Inarius, who was under Tyrael's command, would lead a battalion of angels into fighting an army of demons led by Azmodan at a later date, where the results of the battle are unknown. However, in an unrelated battle, Inarius would fall from grace, being struck down and marooned, being forced to watch the consequences of his capture, as his brothers and sisters had been torn to shreds, with their essences being seen leaking from their crumpled armor as the darkness slowly swallowed him whole. After recapping on countless evils, brutality, and the losses of both angels and demons throughout the eons of battle, Inarius would reawaken in chains when he saw that he wasn't alone. He would go on a rant to his captor that he desired for a way out of the conflict of creation. To his surprise, the captor broke his chains and allowed him to escape with a plan to rattle through his mind. Along with her name, she had been Lilith, the daughter of Mephisto, the daughter of hatred. She would tell the angel that the two would meet again. Inarius was completely captivated by her. In the times of the Great Conflict, Mephisto had abused his daughter over and over again with his great hatred. She had indeed suffered from what made his power, forcing her out and to rebel against him. This partnership, however, was to be the very first occurrence when an angel and a demon had set their differences aside for the ground of common good. Inarius had returned to the high heavens, convincing those who followed him into a desperate plan to escape the growing conflict, and Lilith did the same with those closest to her. The following battle at Pandemonium, the two sides would fight angels against demons. However, while the two sides were occupied in this battle, Inarius and Lilith led their renegades to the World Stone, where they would convene together, creating a ritual to send the artifact to a plane outside of their realm, a pocket dimension. Inarius would then use the World Stone to form the Rocky Mountains, the dense jungles and forests, the oceans and swamps, and the burning deserts, creating a new world with Mount Arreat swallowing up the World Stone. Once Inarius was to be satisfied with the creation, he and Lilith, along with their combined renegade force, would step into the new world, and they would hear nothing but the peaceful ambience, which made them feel truly at peace at last. As they had been busy building the Temple of the Firstborn, which had been located where they first had stepped into the world, the clash between demons and angels had ceased when they could no longer feel the presence of the World Stone. This had brought an eon-long war swiftly to an end, since there was no end goal anymore, and the two sides had gone their separate ways. However, like many things, this conflict would arise again. However, it would be on a different plane of existence than the burning landscape the demons and angels had created in the wake of their war. The great conflict was at a standstill, and the two sides focused on regaining their strength in the absence of the World Stone. Eventually, the primevals caught wind of this, and after some speculation, Baal would suggest Lilith had something to do with it. Due to her absence, Baal would tell his brothers that they need to find her and rip her limb from limb. However, little did he know that she was far away from their reach, and it would be quite a while until they would discover the land of Sanctuary. After forming the lands and finishing the construction of the temple, Inarius would see this new world to be a sanctuary for both angels and demons, and thus he would name the new plane of existence Sanctuary. Together, Lilith and Inarius would rule, with the aid of a council of both angels and demons. Over time, this new world would give rise to wildlife to add to the ambience. Deers, bears, wolves, insects, among other creatures would flourish in this land. Even cows would migrate from time to time. However, some species were met by the swift justice of evolution, with goats eventually becoming goat men, and frogs becoming overly enlarged. The bond between angel and demon had swelled within Inarius and Lilith, and the two committed the ultimate crime together. As if allying together and stealing the World Stone wasn't bad enough, the two laid together and mated, giving birth to an entirely new species, mankind, in the form of the Nephalem, who were incredible and powerful beings. The council even went so far as to say that one day their might could rise to a power unseen in their time of angels and demons. However, this did not make the Union fret, as they were still in control. Over a great deal of time, the lands of Sanctuary were very peaceful, with the Nephalem constructing their own civilization. These were the ancients the legends speak of, the very first Nephalem to walk through the world. However, even in times of peace, there will always be the troublemakers, which would have grave consequences when a group of Nephalem would gather together in their thrilling hunts. These four were known as Corvic, Helgrotha, Gratian, and the strongest of the three, Berserk. With his great strength, no animal could escape the hunt they conducted. The four of them were very close. So close, in fact, many would mistake them for being joined by blood. While they had a concept of other species dying by their hands, no Nephalem had perished in these times. However, that was soon to change. One night, Berserk would dream of a spear he held in his hands, one that had been crafted from a cypress tree, one he made himself. He would hold the spear in one hand, and on top of the tower in the Golden City, which had been the location where his companions had slept. As soon as he released it into the air, the spear would travel true and fast over the mountains and into the green steppes. When Berserk had awakened from his captivating dream, he became entranced by it, unable to put it out of his mind. It must have had some kind of meaning, he would think to himself. He would then speak to his companions, demanding that they hunt the Oryx beyond the mountain's reach. They would quickly make the preparations, which had taken 3 days to complete, and they soon made their travels outwards of the settlement and across the mountains, traveling to the plains of the north. On their travels through these mountains, they would come under attack by creatures that were described to look like bloodhawks. However, with their combined might, they would prove too much for the flying monstrosities, and soon continued without a second thought on the slain monsters. Reaching the green steppes, they would begin tracking Oryx trail to the north. This is where Gratian would begin to doubt, and like a plague it would become contagious, with even Berserk beginning to doubt the journey, with the feeling clouding his better judgment. Still they continued, tracking the herd, and soon they found them. A plan was conducted and they managed to corner their prey. However, suddenly, the queen of these Oryx lashed out towards the group of hunters. They had been so stunned by the ferocity that it had left an opening in their formation, and like a cow or a bull, the creature had struck Gratian with her charge. Despite Berserk's attempts to drive the creature away with his axe and spear, the Queen Adama was successful in putting Gratian out of commission, with a kill being placed under her mantle. As the group rushed to Gratian, the herd had made their escape. The three would be shocked by these turn of events, as death had been an alien concept to the Nephalem. Sure, they knew of its existence, but for one of them to die was unheard of. Nephalem are impervious to illnesses, diseases, disabilities, and even time, as they didn't age that much. But death had not been explored by them before. The three would mourn their former companion, standing there in silence, allowing the wind to graze over them, as if they didn't even feel the cold stiffness of the wind. They soon realized that they, the Nephalem, were no different from the beasts that occupied the lands of Sanctuary. They too were not immune from death's hand. As day became night, and the moon rose up to greet them, Helgrotha would state, that she would run to the one place she knew that death could not find her. She would give her 2 friends an embrace before parting ways, leaving for the woodland that she would soon call home, and dissolved into the shadows. Deeply angered by this revelation, Berserk had allowed his fury to consume him, and he would vow to get revenge on his makers for making them mortal. However, Corvic would tell him that the angels and demons were far stronger than any beast that they had come across before. She would take her knives and plunge them into Gratian's corpse, searching for where death had been residing inside him. Slashing and tearing the corpse to pieces, she felt defeated, but this soon turned into motivation in finding death for herself. She took the broken and misshapen bones and fashioned them into a sword. Berserk bore witness to the horror until it became all too much for him. He couldn't continue watching his friend tear his other friend into pieces to forge a new weapon. Even without his eyes, his ears would continue to hear the scraping, squelching, and crackling of the actions being conducted by Corvic. Corvic soon had finished constructing the weapon with Gratian's bones, tendons, and cords, and presented it to Berserk, who shrieked in the mere sight of it. The weapon terrified him even more so than the beasts that they had been hunting all this time. He quivered in fear as he touched the bone handle of the sword. Corvic would brand the weapon with a name known as Severin. The blade had been a jagged shape with pieces of bones resembling a thorn branch of bone shards being bound into one by sinew and pieces of uncured hide and flesh. It had been designed to combat the demons and angels, but what was the effect on Nephalem? Berserk would thank her for the blade, but asked what she would do now. She would reply that there are questions that she would put to death, but for now she must find the camp of their hunter before she made her leave. Seeing that she was stained by the blood of Gratian, he suspected that she had already been on this path for quite a while. Regardless, they bid their farewells before walking away on their separate paths. Berserk would travel through the steppes and across the many lands, speaking to the blade as if it had been a companion to him. As if he travelled, he recounted the many times he and Gratian had spoken to one another, where his voice, his great sorrow for his friend's death, which hissed with anger, that soon turned to rage and then to hatred with every step he took. Interestingly enough, the sword had reacted to these tears that fell onto it, along with the words spoken, as if it still contained the essence of Gratian, or perhaps it had been the essence of death, hungering for more flesh to be added to the toll. Eventually, the lone warrior had reached the Temple of the Firstborn, wavering in the sight of the fortress. He would rest first before confronting the 2 entities, Inarius and Lilith. In his mind, this would mark the end to his revenge, and he would be victorious nonetheless. Instead of the tempting rest, he would rise from the dirt and continued on with his journey, nearly reaching the darkened gates of the structure, where he would meet an individual on the road just shy of the temple. Berserk and the lone Nephalem, Calmor, would talk amongst each other. Calmor had been friendly, but soon noticed that something was amiss, and soon the 2 found that their goals were not aligned and had clashed, to the point where the pair faced off in a duel that continued throughout the day and into the evening, where Calmor pleaded with the warrior to place his weapon at his feet. They didn't need to fight, they could find common ground. But Berserk was consumed by his rage and hatred for his creators. He needed to do this. While Berserk had been weakened from his journey, Calmor was fresh, giving him the advantage. Calmor would finally grasp the axe from Berserk's hands, ripping it away from him. In a moment of adrenaline fueled by desperation, Berserk would draw Severin, but something was off now. It seemed to bulk in his hands as if it was unwilling to kill another one of their kind, as it had been originally designed to slay angels and demons. This left the warrior open to an attack from Calmor, and he would strike true and fast, using Berserk's weapon against him, cleaving him from shoulder to chest, slicing through the chest plate, his skin, muscle, tissue and bone, until his beating heart had been exposed for the world to see. Once again, the wound would shock the Nephalem, as never had two of them accomplished this feat of injuring one another, as if it had been planned all along to be their fate. In Berserk's dying breaths, he would tell Calmor not to be sorry, that this had been by grand design, that by not following Gratian's wisdom, he had in fact punished him, but not allowing him to strike Calmor down and slaying him. Calmor had given Gratian a justice, entrusting the blade Severin to Calmor. Berserk began taking his final breaths before exhaling for the last time. Calmor began thinking of how he blindly entered battle without proper care for himself, thinking it was reckless, as he could have died if the duel went differently. He soon made his way to the temple, and the gates would shudder and slide open. An angelic agent would appear in front of the Nephalem and would tell Calmor that his battle had been observed from high above, and that a council has been called, that he is to be summoned to their gaze. Instead of punishment, the council gave Calmor praise, stating that he was left no choice but to kill Berserk. As soon as they had concluded, Lilith had asked for the weapon that he used against Calmor, and with it, they headed down into the dark, cavernous depths of the temple, where Lilith would order that the axe be reforged into a new weapon, one befitting of Calmor's talents, a sword. Lilith would grant Calmor a new quest to hunt down the rest of Berserk's companions and quell this insurrection. Calmor would explore the confines of the surrounding locations in his hunt for the treasonous companions of the recently deceased Berserk. He would explore the uninhabited regions, deep down into the shadows, through the towering forests, walking through the deserts of burning sand. Calmor in his time would see more and more Nephalem on his travels, seeing them falling and slipping into death. His journey would take him many years to complete. However, he had no choice in it, as it was the wish of Lilith, and he would obey the mother. He would witness the ancients giving birth to their children, and over time those children became adults who would give birth to their children. Calmor would see all of this everywhere he went. He would ask for the direction of these specific Nephalem, only to hear whispers moving through the towns, camps, and villages. The end to his journey, to his wandering, seemed endless. Calmor would begin to lose hope of this end to this grand quest. Perhaps he couldn't finish it. Maybe Lilith asked too much. Just as he thought it, he then saw it. A traveler on the road. She would speak to him about a village off in the distance, that the populace had disappeared, and all who go there disappear too. Intrigued by these strings of disappearances, he would thank the traveler for her words, but she would warn that if he goes there, he may too never be seen again. Calmor would stay for the night and agreed to stay and eat, but he would leave at dawn. Venturing through the hills, he would come to see a village that was struck by a sickly feeling, flooding the land as blighting everything that attempted to grow, turning the land a deathly grey as if the life had been sucked dry. Searching the village, he would soon come to a structure that appeared to look like a temple, and as he searched through the halls and corridors, he eventually found her, Corvic. Seeing the architecture and the lair she had built for herself, he began to doubt himself. Regardless, he needed to follow the order to the letter, to kill Corvic. As he approached her, he could see that she had been quite busy finishing her most recent kill, as she was carving up a corpse. As she saw him, she would claim that she worships death, that the power it bestowed reached to greater lengths than that of their creators, and that it would rule over them as well. Calmor would respond by asking if she were to be afraid, as her time had come. Without a second thought, Corvic lashed out towards Calmor, which drew him back. As she did so, she would claim that it was he that reeked of fear. Calmor was indeed fearful of her, but claimed that he would slay her as he did her former companion Berserk. She would then accuse him of lying to her, stating that it wasn't true. Calmor would raise his blade, showing that Berserk's axe had been remade to suit his purposes now. This had stopped her in her tracks, taken back by the sudden revelation, which gave Calmor the opening he needed to cleave her in two, as she fell to the floor, and in her last words to the Ancient, she would claim to be very afraid of death. With the task complete, Calmor left the temple she had built, leaving the corpse of Corvic to be food for the carrions that dwelled within the lair. After this, the last of the three would be next, as Calmor searched endlessly through the lands of Sanctuary for Helgrotha. Calmor would again become discouraged by his quest, feeling the blade getting heavier to carry, as if he was carrying the souls he slayed, as tribute to the council, to Lilith. That night, Calmor would begin to talk to his companion, his weapon, that perhaps Helgrotha was to be dead. The sword would reply to this query with a dark glint that reminded him of the night sky above him. His travels would take him to a woodland with an inn not too far away. He would pass several creatures that stared at him, staring him down as if knowing his quest. Traveling further, he came to the inn, where he would question those there, until coming to a hunter that told him that in the forest there was an entity known as the Wood Witch, and that only a fool would go into the meadow. The mention seemed to make the candles in the inn dim as spoken. They would talk on the Wood Witch, that she could talk and command the forces of nature, the creatures who dwelled within the woodland. Calmor would thank the hunter for the information and would await for sunrise to begin the last steps of his journey in death. With the arrival of the sun, he began his walk into the forest. As he delved deeper, the sun began to grow dimmer and dimmer, as if the woodland had a darkened shroud about it. He would shout outwards deeper into the dark woodland Helgrotha's name, and after a while, however, he would be met by a series of animals who would confront the lone ancient. First came a fox, then a spider, then an owl, and finally a bear would come for him. Unlike the other animals, the bear became hostile and charged towards Calmor. It would disarm him and bend him over before being told to stop, and so it did. Something that was odd, however, was what the bear had been called, Berserk. It was then Helgrotha that emerged from the gloomy shadows of the inner woodland and had confronted Calmor, to which he would confirm the deaths of her former companions, and that she was next in line for the chopping block. To his shock, however, she seemed unfazed by this revelation, like she had been expecting it. She would weave him her story of how she fled death's gaze for so long, but now it had finally come for her. She had been a fool. She would claim that to rage in defiance of death was only to hasten it further, and that death was a natural part of life. However, Calmor disagreed and only saw mortality as weakness, and believed that the Nephalem, if they had been created immortal, she would have been grateful for that. But he kept these thoughts to himself, seeing that Helgrotha had no hatred towards their creators, nor vengeance, nor blasphemy in her heart. He would break his blade in two and bury the pieces in the glade. He told her that he had no ill intention of bringing her life to an end, and would leave to find peace from his eternal quest. And so she gave him safe passage and would claim that peace is something he would have to find for himself. In the meantime, however, the angels and demons began to fear the wrath of the burning hells and the high heavens in the chances they discover the lands they had given birth to. Some would claim that those entities could sense the intense and rising power of the Nephalem and could purge this world, which would mean a great deal of torture for all of them if this was to be the case. The Nephalem must be slaughtered in order to keep their existence secret. However, others opted to stay their hands, that if they would come, they would fight with the Nephalem, as they had been true warriors and together they could easily defeat the burning hells and the high heavens. The two sides of the council would argue like their words were now trapped in an eternal conflict. Inarius at this point had enough of the talks and ceased the discussion and would ask the council to return to their quarters to cool down before coming to a serious decision. However, in some maternal instinct, Lilith had turned into a vicious monster, embracing her father's side. She rushed to the demons and angels and slaughtered all of them, even the ones who voted against the genocide. She would relish the feeling, bathing in their combined blood almost. When Inarius had found her and knew of what she had done, when he gave her his divine fury, she would ask of her fate, and he would bring up his spear, but found that he could not bring himself to end her. Instead, he would tell her that he couldn't do it, but pledge that no other shall have her blood on their hands, before he pushed her into the void, which had been another realm completely devoid of light, where nothing existed. Inarius would seal her away to be imprisoned forever. In the aftermath of this gospel of death, Inarius would make an announcement to the Nephalem, his children, that this world wasn't to be as he envisioned it to be, that this was not to be his world, and that actions must be taken, that he will convene with the World Stone, and that due to his actions, their powers will diminish over time. Some of them, however, felt that this was a violation of their rights, and so they challenged him, but all were slain by the Angel of Light. Thus, Inarius succeeded, and those who fled lived their lives while feeling their core powers waning over time. One last speech had been made to all of them, that any use of their powers at this point would be illegal, and those who would do so would be punished for their transgressions. Inarius continued to watch from afar as the Nephalem slowly turned from the powerful beings capable of even dethroning the prime evils and the Angerous Council to mere weak mortals. Even their lifespan had waned, and instead of living for hundreds of years, they would die out much sooner now. Once he oversaw the transformation, Inarius would slowly but surely fade into the shadows. Legends speaking of him being omnipotent, changing his form to live with his children, watching as they developed. After this act, Calmor would try to find peace. However, after the act of Inarius tampering with the World's Stone, he too found his powers diminishing and fading over time. Over the generations, he saw the same for his people, slowly turning into humans over time. Seeing the once great Nephalem reduced to such weak human mortals, he would consider killing them as an act of mercy. Despite the same loathing he had for himself, however, he found no peace as he couldn't bring himself to end his own existence. He would venture out to find one that may be able to do so, the one that had the power to end him and finally grant him peace. However, even with the Nephalem stripped of their former glory and raw power, mankind would find that they could do almost anything as long as they had worked together. And soon, they found new powers to add to their arsenal, and with those discoveries would come a terrifying new reality. In the absence of Inarius, the Nephalem over the countless generations, mankind had continued to prosper, striding through famine and natural disasters. In -2300, mankind continued to expand, and such expansions came with great reward from the previous struggles of the ancients. They would find artifacts that would grant them advancements through the ages. At this time in history, writing, art, and sciences had become an integral part in humanity's culture. Scholars from this time would mark the birth of their first civilization, known as Khajan. Over the next 100 years, the culture of Khajan discovers the power of magic, allowing them a piece of their ancient power. Soon, schools had been implemented into their culture that would teach members powerful spells for the greater good, and the far worse. In the lands of what would later be known as Kyrgyzstan, the land would be flourishing with nodes of magical energies. Eventually, humans that could wield the arcane powers would sense the magic, and they would gather in the lands, which would forge the Mage clans, the Bestiary, the Ened, and the Amut. Each of the clans had been separate from each other, which came with their own ethics, laws, customs, artisans, and merchants within their own societies and cultures. Each of these clans had been defined by their adherence to particular schools of magic. In -2100, 100 years into the future, the power of the Mage clans had been growing over the previous generations, which leads into the formation of the Requich, which had been implemented to rule Khajan alongside the kingdom's monarchy and trade guilds. Despite of the violent tendencies that would occur in their feuds, along with the deeply rooted prejudice the clans had felt towards others, the council had successfully thrived throughout this time and eventually took control of the monarchy, and the rulers of Khajan became the Mage clan's puppets, where they would be the faces for the public, so unrest wouldn't spill out into the kingdom. The Mage clan council would be ruling behind the scenes. Nearly 100 years later, the events within Sanctuary would go from bad to worse, with the mage known as Harish aspiring to one day becoming part of the Requish Council. In his childhood, Jer would work his way through learning all about the magics in the several schools. However, Jer would be struck in his life by tragedy when a feud between the Bestiary and the Amut had killed his family. Stricken by grief, Jer would gain a new aspiration in order to be reunited with his loved ones, and in -1992, Jer had discovered the power of the dead. More specifically, he found the magic over spirits. Through his experiments, he found that he wasn't just able to command these spirits, but he was also able to communicate with them as well, which would lead into the spirit possessing Jer, forcing him to commit unspeakable horrors as he massacred several people before being put down by another member of the Mage clans. However, what they could never have known was that the spirit had actually been a demon who soon makes the prime evils aware of the existence of Sanctuary, the lands of humanity, sparking the events of the Sin War. In the -1800s, the prime evils now know of Sanctuary's existence. However, instead of leaving the burning hells, they instead opted to use humanity for their own ends in the pursuit of getting a one-up on the high heavens. If they could corrupt the hearts of humanity and turn them into their agents of evil, then they might just come in handy when the time to fight the angels would come again. They began to communicate with certain humans, manipulating them into spreading their influence all across Sanctuary. And throughout the next 60 years, the cult's members would grow steadily. The cult would be known as the Cult of the Free, and the temple they had constructed would be known as the Temple of the Troon. The leaders of this cult would be known as the Guiding Spirits, who named themselves after the primevals, with the Order of Dylan, Order of Bala, and the Order of Memphis. Dylan was to be the spirit of determination, and was represented by a stubborn ram. The spirit was believed to bring purpose to humanity. Bala was to be the spirit of creation, and was represented by a leaf. This spirit preached the blessings of nature and the architectural triumphs of humanity. Memphis was to be the spirit of love, and was represented by a red circle, the Kajani symbol for the heart. In a sense, Memphis was to be the most crucial of all spirits, as the premise taught that creation and determination could not thrive without love. The premise, however, had been a disguise used by Lucian, the son of Mephisto, who had been pulling the strings in the background, manipulating humanity by the order of his father and his uncles. These were the works of the prime evils, taking the opposite of their dominion and trapping the populace of the cults with these lies. However, the influence became so great, so alluring, that it attracted the attention of an old enemy, one that stole something and imprisoned Mephisto's daughter Lilith. Inarius senses the influence, forcing him out of hiding and back into the light. And in -1820, Inarius creates his own order to counter the cult's array of influence. As if the primevals were able to communicate with humanity, then they must know of its location, and this made Inarius feel paranoid and fearful, but not of the arrival of the demons, but of the high heavens, who he knew would make him suffer for what he had done. So Inarius follows through and forms the Cathedral of Light, based in Kajan, in order to cease the spread of these divine lies set up by Diablo and his brothers. The members of this religious movement would attempt to push the darkness back, proclaiming that the light was the path to divinity, not those who cowered within the shadows. However, just because the movement had religious significance did not mean they wouldn't be armed. Inarius saw to that, with the use of the Procurator General and their army of Inquisitors, who were the foot soldiers of the light. The implementation would be orchestrated by the veiled prophet, which had been Inarius. The Master Inquisitors, however, would be the ones to investigate the related incidences of the cathedral, and for the next 11 years they would begin their preparations for the coming Sin War. Eventually, in -1809, the first battle between the Cathedral of Light and the Troon would occur, with the teachings of light under the influence of Inarius clash with the deluded cult of darkness under the guide of the primevals. The two fought against one another with a balance between losses and success, a balance that would soon fall with the return of Lilith, who had somehow escaped from the endless void. Her first objective in mind, however, wasn't revenge, but was to give her children their abilities back. Using the cover of the war to her advantage, she would break through the defenses of Mount Ariat, sweeping through the catacombs and crossing the threshold to the World Stone. Here she begins to convene with the artifact, breaking the hold Inarius had over humanity, allowing the Nephalem to rise once again. In the meantime, a farmer known as Yildizian Uldermed had been caring for his family in the village of Saram that had been a stone's throw away from Kajan. The village had been under siege from a mysterious plague that had swept through the land. Despite the promises of both the Troon and the Cathedral of Light, nothing could be done, and eventually all of the affected had died, leaving Yildizian alone with his younger brother, who was the only survivor of his family. Lilith would then travel to Saram, taking the form of a noblewoman known as Lilia, where she allowed herself to be seen by Yildizian. She would approach him and pet his horse. Even though Lilith could have used her powers to make him her puppet, she decided against that, to make him a willing servant, which would make him more effective to her plans. As soon as Yildizian had turned away and turned back, he saw she vanished, making him question the integrity of who he saw. However, he would soon find that she had been very real, as not too long after the encounter she would let him find her again in this forest, where she claims to have seen something in the gloom of the woods. When Eudycian investigates, he sees an acolyte of the Troon laying in the dirt. The man had been killed violently. Lilia would then faint at the mere sight of the corpse, and he would caress her, taking her back to the boar's head. Eventually, Eudycian would find himself being arrested and incarcerated for the murder of the acolyte and a missionary from the Cathedral of Light, who had been found with Eudycian's knife in his side. Little did he or the organizations know that the noblewoman Lilia had killed these men and had been the daughter of hatred all along. Despite his claims, no one believed his story, but Lilia would return to him in the guardhouse, telling him that she believed that he was innocent, which gives him a sense of security. The following day, she would attend the trial, which disturbs the people. Before the representative from the cathedral could react, lightning began to scorch the land, causing damage to the surrounding buildings. In the chaos, Lilia helps Eudycian to escape, and she helps him to realize his great power within that had been dormant inside of him. And once the inquisitors of the cathedral had pursued them, Eudycian unleashes his terrible power onto them, killing them instantly. Eudycian would then rush to the village to save his brother. However, the villagers who saw his power had turned on the farmer they once knew, and once reunited with his brother Meldon, they would flee the village with Achilleos, Serenthia, and Lilia. Over a short period of time, Lilia would urge Eudycian to rally the population of Kajan to turn against both of the religious organizations and armies. The two would eventually develop a relationship and even making love together, which warms Eudycian to the idea of recruiting the townsfolk. Lucian, however, soon caught wind of this and travelled to their camp to unleash his fury upon them. And after a long and difficult battle, the demon would flee into the darkness. Lilia would pit Eudycian against Lucian, stating that that must have been the demon that killed the acolyte and the missionary from the cathedral. On their way to Kajan, Lilia would then use her position of power in their relationship to her advantage, manipulating Eudycian. Even when his brother remained the voice of caution, she continued to swat these thoughts away from his precious mind. However, just when they thought it was safe, the Troon attacked, led by the high priest of Memphis, Malak. The group had been accompanied by a set of demons, and once one of them calls out to Lucian, Eudycian would know that the Troon had been following him. Soon after the battle had concluded with their victory, they made their way to the town of Partha, where Eudycian heals the townsfolk, awakening their Nephalem powers, giving Lilith her army, even though she wished for the greater numbers of the kingdom Kajan. However, she would claim that this would suit her interests just as well. On that night, Eudycian and Lilia make love under the stars. However, Lilia slips into her true form once again by accident, managing to conceal herself quickly, but she soon sees that she had hurt her lover. She would quickly heal him with her power before he could notice, but that night, Eudycian would have a startling nightmare where he bears witness to her true form, Lilith. Once hearing of this, she would think to herself that if things don't work out with him, she could always find another Eudycian. A night later at the estate they had been staying at, the group came under attack by Malak once again, this time being accompanied by the Morlu reanimated frenzied warriors that came with an insane bloodlust, which had been the foot soldiers of this time of the Troon. Nearing the end of the battle, Eudycian had found Lilia with the corpse of Malak, where he began to grow suspicious of her, where she lies to him, telling him that she had used the abilities she had gained from him, who awakened them inside of her. Haunted by this, the next day he decided to go to Kajan alone. However, Lilia follows him, pleading to stay by his side, when all of a sudden, he can see her for who she truly is, Lilith. in her demonic form. She would attempt to further manipulate him, but instead he wouldn't be fooled any longer by this charade. After revealing the truth of everything to him, the two began to fight. However, Eurydice soon found her might was way too great, as soon she tormented him verbally and physically. However, she soon would disappear, but in doing so, she had taken his ability to reawaken the Nephalem powers. He would be met by his friends soon after the confrontation, and they soon headed for the city of Toraja. However, he would soon be followed by several Parthians who became possessed by Lucian, who wanted to test Eurydice's power, and eventually he defeated all of them, forcing Lucian back to the Temple of the Troon to sit upon his throne. However, what no one knew was that this was in fact Lilith, disguised as her brother, sitting on his throne, where she awaits for her former lover. As the Sin War continued, two of Lucian's followers had begun to grow suspicious of the false Lucian, as she didn't seem fazed by the destruction of their outposts. Eurydice, now in the city of Toraja, leads his followers to the Temple of the Troon, where his new faction begins to destroy it by burning the structure to the ground. Using her charm, Lilith attempts to seduce Eurydice and nearly succeeds. However, he soon snaps back to reality, telling her that he will not do his bidding, and she soon faded with her voice echoing around the room, mocking him. After dismantling the Troon and burning the temple to the ground, their work was not yet done. Eurydice and his Edarim would move out of Toraja, with their numbers expanding. They moved away from the jungles, however soon they came across a wild beast that attempted to take Cerinthia away, which ensued in a battle. But soon after saving her, Eurydice felt a strange energy around her, but with the need to move on, he paid it no mind. However, his younger brother in the battle had disappeared, and they were forced to leave him behind. Eventually, Lilith, who had possessed Cerinthia, who had become romantically involved with Eurydice once again, she would then manipulate him into sending his army to destroy another Temple of the Troon in Hashir. In the battle, Eurydice had been captured by the priests, and as the battle concluded, Cerinthia had announced that Eurydice had perished in the skirmish, and so takes complete control of the army she had wished for. During these events, somehow the angels had felt a disturbance, and the Angerous Council conducted an investigation into finding the source when they discovered the New World. Eventually, Eurydice had returned to the Adrium and noted to his followers that Lilith had possessed Cerinthia. However, after he nearly incapacitated the Daughter of Hatred, Romus had stepped in and knocked Eurydice out, which had been a part of Lilith's plan all along. Once he came to, Eurydice found himself bound to an altar with Lilith and Romus looking down upon him. Lilith kills Romus, however, using his blood for a ritual in order to brainwash Eurydice, as if she cannot have him through love, then she'll take him by force. Lilith, however, suspected that another hand had been at play here, given Eurydice's sudden return. She told him of her plans, that even though her army didn't see him as their rightful leader, he would instead go out to the wilderness to convert those against her to their side. Just as she was about to begin the ritual and take his free will away, that is when Anchilios had attacked the demoness and her servants, prompting her to fade away into the smoke, which frees Eurydice. Lilith would return to the Grand Temple of the Troon, this time taking her brother's place once again, which would give confusion to the acolytes, as now there were two individuals that were impersonating the demon Lucian. She knew that the Primevals wished that Sanctuary be their land of darkness and evil, but were indeed terrified that the high heavens would discover the land of Sanctuary. She would then summon a demon to the Grand Temple known as Astragar, who upon listening to her would see past her veil and would declare her to be Lilith. However, she was prepared for such a contingency, and they fought, which forced the demon into a retreat, and he soon fled. Now with the Edarim under his control and influence, Euldician had begun his plans to put the Troon to an end. Lilith, on the other hand, had grown weary from attempting to use the army for her own ends, so she would seek to destroy them by having a band of Morlu and Peace Warders approaching the army from the rear, creating a trap for the Edorim. Her plan: to wipe them out and become the sole power to challenge the Cathedral of Light. The Peace Warders began the attack, and the Morlu stay in their hands at the command of Lilith, and then she soon sent a powerful demon known as the Phonos, which had appeared below the army's feet. Lilith once again began to mock Euldician from within his mind. As this happened, with victory assured, she gave Euldician a chance to surrender to her might. However, he still refused. Suddenly, the dead began to rise against Lilith's forces, as Euldician's brother, Menden, had returned with the ability to control the dead. What seemed like a victory soon turned into a massive retreat, with the forces of darkness fleeing the scene. Finally, with the Grand Temple in their sights, the end was near. The end for Lilith, and she could feel it, summoning duplicates of herself. However, Euldician could see straight through them. He found her taking the form of priestess, but this time he wouldn't stay his hand when he forced part of the structure to collapse on top of her. Lilith leaves the body, and even Rathma had been fooled by the deception, confirming the kill. Just then, the Dark Temple began to lighten with the sudden appearance of Inarius. He would confirm that he had created a shroud around her to conceal her from their son, to prevent their Nephalem from killing their mother. However, Lilith had been listening, but before she could react, Inarius would contain her within a sphere. All the while, she had been claiming and mocking that Euldician would be his undoing. Inarius, however, did not care. He knew what had to be done in order to be faithful to his pact. And so, once again, he banishes her to the void, announcing that the flaws that allowed her to return had been removed, and that it will be final. Lilith at this time would appear to Meldon, taking the form of Lilia and Serenthia, asking for him to rescue her, which tempted him, but soon was disgusted at his weakness for these forms, leaving her to the mercy of the void. After eliminating the remnants of the Troon, Euldician and his followers would soon turn towards the forces of light, the Cathedral of Light. The two sides would meet in battle, and when Euldician and Inarius engaged one another, Inarius' true fears would be soon realized. Seeing a fireball in the sky, with several great lights raining from the sky like fireflies, the angels had arrived to set things right, which spelled disaster for everyone on Sanctuary. The angels sought to remove the abomination, the stain of existence that was humanity. This was to be the final battle of the Sin War, with the two-sided assault turning into a three-way battle. Then, as soon as things couldn't possibly get any worse, the forces of the Burning Hells emerged from the dark undergrowths, turning it into a four-way free-for-all. Euldician soon unleashed his true power and expended all of it against them, pushing the forces of both heaven and hell back. However, in doing so, he was also tearing the lands of Sanctuary apart. He feared that the power of the Nephalem had been consuming his humanity. So, in a play no one saw coming, Euldician withdrew all of his great and terrible power back into himself, choosing humanity over great, terrible power. An act that would move the Angerous Council, specifically Tyrael. However, in doing this, his energies would build up inside of him, and they would consume him, resulting in one last explosion, and Euldician had been no more. A sacrifice that would set humanity's great power in stone for the high heavens. This event expels both the forces of the Burning Hells and the high heavens back to their respected domains, including Inarius. However, the event would also reset the World Stone back to the state Inarius had left it in, resulting in the Nephilim's powers waning once again. The Angerous Council, however, places both Sanctuary and Inarius on trial. Tyrael, the Archangel of Justice, had been moved by the recent events, and would seek to spare the mortals of the plight of their creator. The council would instead make a pact with one of the prime evils, Mephisto, stating that neither of them will interfere with the mortal world of Sanctuary. In exchange for this sacrifice of a potential ally, they would bestow to him the one who took his daughter from him, Inarius, to be placed in custody for all eternity. Inarius would be fearful of this, as Mephisto's torment and the pain he inflicted on others, including his daughter, had been legendary. He soon found himself in chains, once again being bound and having his wings torn from him, leaving his form mutilated. And to add more salt to the wounds, Mephisto had surrounded Inarius with mirrors and forced Inarius's eyes open by slicing off his eyelids, forcing the fallen angel to see his misshapen form over and over again. In his time, he began to reflect on the angels and on Lilith, seeing now that they had all betrayed him. Where forgiveness should have been a value of the angels, it was now absent with his sentence, and Lilith had deceived him to get what she wanted. All of these things began rattling through his mind over and over again, and it would continue to infect and infest his mind. What seemed like an eternity as he stared back at himself, which had been the perfect hell for one that held himself to such a heightened standard above all others. Once thinking himself as a god, is now no better than the other demons he once condemned, being tortured for all eternity. In -1799, the population of Sanctuary had prospered in the absence of Inarius. The Cathedral of Light fell into irrelevancy, and the memory of the Sin War would be remembered with the stories of Eudician, but soon too had they faded among the Hall of Legends. The majority of Kajan had moved away from the religion in this time, and had renamed the land to Kyrgyzstan, to distance the kingdom from the conflict. This era had been a confusing time for humanity. With the Nephalem powers being no more, the people soon found themselves turning to the mage clans for guidance. The mages who remembered the Sin War would forbid the ritual of summoning a demon into the world of Sanctuary, so that a conflict of this degree would never happen again. That humanity must remain free of influence from both angels and demons. The Bestiary, Ened, and Immute clans are left as the dominant mage clans and suppress popular religions. 1051 years later, Diablo disguises himself as the Archangel Miracodes, and had managed to corrupt Juris Khan and Atana with his visions, which had captivated them, which they would be used as vessels for the Lord of Terror. Together, they would create a portal straight into the burning hells. However, Gregus Mazzi, who had pledged himself with Diablo, betrays him, reconfiguring the spell to send the city to neither heaven or hell, but to a limbo realm just in the nick of time. However, Diablo had fled back to hell, and Gregus had teleported himself out of the city, leaving all who dwelled there to live out their lives in this new realm, trapped from the realm of Sanctuary. After 12 years of searching, however, Gregus could not find the lost city, and instead disappeared at the original site. 472 years later, the Bestiary continued the practice of demonology. They would, however, soon find their power stripped from them, with a string of mysterious assassinations and political intrigue being hailed upon them. 49 years later, the leader of the Hand of the Prophet had foreseen a conflict that happens in the events of Diablo III. Knowing of what will come to be, he would place the Sisterhood into a slumber, who would eventually awaken in those events to aid the heroes on their travels. 5 years later, in -210, tensions begin to rise between the Mage clans, which erupts into bloodshed in Kyrgyzstan's major cities. The battles in this era would rage on into the Mage clan wars, resulting in the Bestiary ruling council going into hiding where they had begun to build their forces. The Bestiary would even go so far as to break the law the clans had brought into force when they summoned massive demons to guard their estates. Chaldean would eventually declare their neutrality and would escape the conflict with no major losses. At the peak of the war, the Bestiary would feel the stress of their long struggle to overcome the other clans. One of their factions would use demon-possessed victims to join their cause. They would take the peaceful people of both towns, Umbaru and Teganses. During one of their battles, the battle had been so great, so terrible, it gave birth to the Desolate Sands. Over the course of the 7-year war, the Bestiary had found themselves hopelessly outmatched and outnumbered, so they made a desperate gamble by using the forces of the Burning Hells to push the other clans back to VIII. However, two brothers would soon find themselves pitted against one another that would conclude in a shocking ending to the war and the Mage clans. The siblings Horazon and Bartok were both Bestiary mages, and they too would use the demons to their advantage, while Horazon believed that while demons were a great source of power, they had to be bent to one's will. Bartok would sympathize with the demons with little to no influence from them. He believed that demon kind would be best understood through an outright alliance with them, so their secrets could be shared freely. This would result in a clash between the brothers when the Bestiary would seek to remove Bartok from their command structure. They soon fell into a civil war as Bartok turned his demonic force against his own people. He would raid undefended villages, cutting off support for walled towns before moving against them. Even after fighting such an overwhelming force, Bartok would continue gaining the upper hand and turn towards VIII. The Bestiary would summon their own demons to fight him, however they soon found that the demons would not be under their control as they turned against them. Even with this minor setback, the Bestiary would still outnumber Bartok's forces. The battle would be fought and settled when the lesser clans followed the Bestiary and resulted in only a third of their main force being slaughtered. This is where Horazon would appear to challenge his brother, and the two would battle against each other. The city walls would be brought down in the resulting skirmish. Talrandon, however, would lead a charge that saved many lives in the battle between the brothers, and soon the battle would be over and victory for Horazon. But it would be a bittersweet victory, as he had won the battle but he had lost the war as well, which was soon realized as he soon stood above his brother's corpse. The city was completely leveled and the loss of life numbered into the thousands. In the aftermath of the war, Horazon, who grieved for his brother, would create the Arcane Sanctuary to hide himself from the burning hells, as he knew as long as the demons knew of their existence, humanity would never be safe. The Bestiary, however, would walk away from the study of demons and looked towards elemental magic. However, the power of the Mage clans had been shattered beyond repair, and soon humanity found themselves in the next age of their history, the Age of Faith. During this age, the battles of the past turned the people against the mages. Laws would pass to forbid the use of magic. During these events, Akarat sees a vision while on the island of Giansai of the angel Yarius, gaining insight into the universe, reality, and mankind itself as an ascended power. Preaching the virtues of the light, he gains a following in the numerous cities he visits. However, after visiting the jungles of Kyrgyzstan, Akarat would mysteriously disappear, and tragically, his teachings would soon fall into obscurity and would flounder throughout time. In 246, Aranac would fall into a conflict against the Claw Vipers, and the area would fall into darkness as the sun had disappeared from view due to the rituals the Claw Vipers had been known to conduct. 36 years later, a wizard from the Bestiary clan known as Tyrael had begun to study the magic of elementals. Soon, however, a demon known as Adria had begun to stir up trouble in Ensteg, and he would soon be slain by the hero known as Sigurd, leaving the nearby lands safe from the demonic incursion. In 307, Tyrael returns to his people after mastering the power of the elemental magic, and he would help the Bestiary to master this craft, leading them back to the study of this type of magic. 20 years later, however, Tyrael resumes his role of a wanderer. However, this time he would not return to their side. In 504, the Grand Mage, Ephad, had created the Oculus. 100 years later, an event known as the Hallows Wake had occurred in Candurus. The event commemorates the time when the boundary separating the living and dead grows paper thin. What was meant to be a good time, however, led to demons and spectres running amok in mischievous harmony, the wrath of vengeful spirits spreading across the land. In 802, Sigurd had been reported to have gone missing, with many speculating of why he was gone, with some believing that he had found peace and others thought of him growing tired with the struggle against the forces of hell. 83 years later, in 885, ore had been discovered in the Stinging Wilds, and the people soon founded the town of Alcanus for the center of all mining in the area. During these times, however, things had begun to heat up in creation, with the eternal conflict resuming once again, with the sieges upon the high heavens being broken, and following his gut, Exile, against Tyrael's better judgment, conducts an assault against the Forge in Baal's domain of hell. With the tide of battle turning in their favor, Exile looks towards the Hell Forge to see a smith demon forging the demon blade, Shadowfang. After soaring towards the smith, he had left out an opening for the demons to destroy his ranks, and they quickly overwhelmed them. Exile, however, would find himself in a bind and eventually would be captured and presented to the prime evils Diablo, Baal, and Mephisto, who proceed to torture him immensely. Exile, in his great pain, would betray the high heavens, divulging all of their plans and secrets, and in payment they would turn Exile into a fallen angel demon, being bound to a form of a beast with demonic wings, with horns growing from his head, hoofs forming in his feet, claws piercing his gauntlets, and the armor he wore melts into his very being. One secret, however, he had given to Diablo was of the Soul Stones and how to corrupt them, a play that would come very handy later in his life, sensing the lesser evils becoming restless with the constant failures of the three brothers. Exile would help the three mastermind what comes next, the Dark Exile. In 964, Exile had been working with the prime evils, planting the seeds to set up their eventual downfall. Their plans would be long and convoluted, however, it wouldn't be long until it took an effect, with Azmodan, Andariel, Duriel, and Belial rising up against Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal in a rebellion within the Burning Hells, which results in the three brothers being exiled to Sanctuary, equipped with the knowledge the angels had been hiding thanks to their new pet, Exile. By 985, Dalgor offers them an access to an oasis in an area that was previously thought to be an extension of the desert. With this new-found water source, Chaldean was able to grow extensively in size. However, they soon thought of the reason for this offer. What did the man ask for in return? Dalgor's only request was that the oasis would be named after him, and it had been done. With the dawn of the millennium on the horizon, the people across all of Sanctuary celebrate the history of their kind. Most notably, Gede would be among them, where in his words he had partied in 999. However, with the dawn of this new year, dire news would reach the high heavens. The Angerous Council had learned of the Dark Exile, and Tyrael would travel to Sanctuary in order to help humanity, who was unknowing of their imminent plight. By 1004, Tyrael had successfully made contact, gathering the necessary mortals who would soon become the Horadric, in order to crush the three evils lurking in their world. Tyrael bestows the ultimate weapon against the brothers, the Soul Stones, to the mortals, which has the power to track and entrap Diablo and his two brothers. The heroes would travel high and low, from the deserts to the peaks of the mountains, all the way across the oceans to the monasteries. Eventually they would travel through the swamplands and to the jungles near Kegistan, where they would come face to face with the prime evil Mephisto. The heroes would stand in awe of the massive demon, with arms as long as their entire bodies, perhaps even longer, armed with powerful claws that looked like they could slash through rock and metal. The body seemed shredded, revealing the muscle held under the skin, if he had any, that is. The lower half of the demon consisted of just the pelvis and a lower portion of the spinal cord, suspending him in the air, levitating above the ground with a thick, light blue haze emanating out of his body, and the head was just a skull with the tendons and muscles clinging to his face and jawline. At the top of the head, Mephisto had small spikes that looked like they came from within his mind, with massive horns at either side. Mephisto spoke to the heroes with a raspy voice that seemed like it would echo even in the smallest of areas. It sounded like he had been death itself, come to stain the land. Against all odds, however, the heroes set aside their hatred for him and defeated the Lord of Hatred, capturing him in a soul stone of a dark blue hue. The stone would be buried under a Zakarum temple, which would soon become Karust. The following year, the heroes had tracked the Lord of Destruction to Lut Gholein. Tyrael would lead this expedition and ordered the force to stand down until the population had been successfully evacuated before their battle could begin with Baal. While Tyrael had fought the demon lord Baal, he would strike true and fast, impacting the Soul Stone, which shatters it. Baal would laugh maniacally at this, as without it he could not be contained, or so he thought. In the fight, Tyrael would be aided by the Mage, Zoltan Kuhl, and together they would defeat him. But as Tyrael tried to reform the Soul Stone as best as he could, Baal fled through a portal. However, Tyrael found that he could not. The pair knew that they could not let him escape, and so Tyrael teleported after the Demon Lord, while Kuhl rallied the Horadric to the valley ahead of them, where they would find Baal locked in an epic battle with Tyrael, to which, despite Baal's best efforts, Tyrael had proven himself to be a capable opponent to the Lord of Destruction. He soon fell in combat to the mortal, and even though the stone had been damaged in the previous fight, Baal's essence would be locked inside of it. Knowing that the Soul Stone couldn't contain Baal forever due to the extensive damage, Tyrael would tell Kuhl that they need another stone. However, Kuhl would reply that only Tyrael's sword could cleave the World Stone, and so they would go to the Archangel of Justice for answers to this crisis. As they waited, Kuhl had made the suggestion to find a capable human, one of both mind and body, to plunge the stone into, so they could become an extension of the prison, and that was when Tyrael had appeared to the pair. He would lead the Horadric to an old burial chamber within one of 7 tombs within the Canyon of the Magi. As they lit the room, they could see a binding stone with several runes carved into it. Tyrael would selflessly volunteer to be the one to contain the Lord of Destruction, Baal. He then orders his followers to chain him to the sacred stone. After completing the first step, Tyrael would launch himself into the air over a rickety bridge towards Tyrael with the soul stone in hand. The Horadric would look on in sorrow when Tyrael had plunged the stone into Tyrael's heart. That ultimately sealed his fate. There, the binding stone began to light up the surrounding area with the runes emanating a sickly red hue. The Horadric soon departed the chamber and tombs, naming the 7 tombs after their fallen comrade, before sealing Tyrael away, leaving him within the darkness, buried under the sand, there to wrestle with the Lord of Destruction for all eternity. Cain would now take leadership of the Horadric as they began to search for the last evil, the Lord of Terror, Diablo. 7 long years later, the Zakarum had begun construction on the Travancore. This expansion begins to spark an interest in their teachings, and in the next few months, many deriving from Kyrgyzstan came forward to lend their aid. Thanks to the lent aid, the Zakarum had finished construction earlier than expected in 1018. 1 year later, the Horadric finally tracked down Diablo, Lord of Terror, to the lands of Kandurus, where they would begin to battle not just against him, but their own traumas. Diablo would mock the mortals as they struggled to overcome their inner demons. However, they eventually succeeded and put Diablo in his place, sealing him inside his own soul stone. The Horadric had buried Diablo's soul stone near the river Tausand in Kandurus, with a Horadric monastery containing a network of catacombs being built over the burial spot. After the binding of the free, Kull would begin to darken with the loss of Tyrael. He would eventually speak badly about the Angerous Council. He felt that not just demons should be defeated and contained, but angels as well, as they too have the power to end their existence with just a flick of their fingers. In these times, Kull would begin to build his archives and his main lair, where he would conduct gruesome and horrific experiments on the innocent, but the next one would prove instrumental in the years to come, with the creation of the Black Soul Stone. However, it was still in its infancy. The Horadric would soon become aware of these experiments and vowed to end the corrupted sorcerer once and for all. Unfortunately, by the time they had found him perfecting the stone he had made, he turned himself immortal, but after defeating the immortal sorcerer, they managed to contain him in their own way. If one could not be killed, then they could be contained by the use of hacking him apart, taking 2 vials of blood and his head to 2 different locations. As he had been carried, Zoltan would mock the Horadric, but soon they imprisoned the fallen sorcerer forever for the mad crimes of experimentation on the innocent. The Horadric had succeeded with their fair share of losses, including Tyrael and Zoltan Kull. However, they had sealed the greatest evils away. Jared would often reflect on what they had sacrificed and who was taken in order to achieve this outcome. Eventually, he would begin writing about his own experiences, which would become a major part of his legacy. However, like all things, the time will come when terror, hatred, and destruction roam freely among the populace, and a new set of heroes will take up the mantle in order to save all of creation. But will they be enough to rise to the challenge? With hatred, terror, and destruction contained, 6 years would pass until the town of Tristram had been established. Throughout the following years, the town would attract farmers and settlers to the region. The Emperor of Kyrgyzstan, Tassara, in 1042 had converted to the more influential Zakarum religion, which begins to restore his popularity amongst his subjects and community, which begins to heal the kingdom. The kingdom would be moved to Karust. The emperor would then arrange the Zakarum's core beliefs and elects the first Q-Higan. From this point on, the Zakarum church and religion would become organized. 3 years after these events, in 1045, Tyrael becomes overshadowed by one of his childhood friends, which had been a Zakarum zealot known as Rakis. Rakis at this time had challenged and defeated a number of renegade nobles who sought to overthrow the Zakarum order, which rewards him with a legendary status. His influence would grow throughout this time, to the point he had replaced governmental officials with Zakarum bishops, which upsets the balance of power within the region. Tyrael becomes wary of Rakis's growing influence on the populace. In order to counter this, the emperor would send his general on a religious crusade to the land of the west to spread more and more of the Zakarum influence, and Rakis was assigned to accompany them, taking his most loyal forces. With the absence of Rakis, Tyrael is now able to secure his hold over Kyrgyzstan. However, at this time, the cleric Akan establishes the Crusader Order and sends them to the east to purge the Zakarum order due to sensing the taint of hatred within the religion. By 1016, there had been 15 years of war with the people of both the west and the north. Rakis had founded Westmarch in this time and had become the nation's first king. He had discovered the ancient ruins of Corvus and learned of the mortals' ancestry. After the following decade in 1070, Corvus had continued to frustrate Rakis in regards to his search for the Nephalem powers. However, he then learns of the existence of the World Stone, and he begins his preparations to march north and to invade the northern steppes. 10 years later, in 1080, the Horadric monastery becomes abandoned. 5 years after this, Hale begins to write on the existence of Corvus. He would conclude with this place being a symbolic concept rather than an actual place. Another 15 years would pass with the Horadrim having no further quests, and the organization fades into myths and legends. In 1141, a demon in the form of a mantis begins to search for the long deceased Bartok. Q-Higan Zebulon I begins to reform the Zakarum church in 1150. Seeing the religion had strayed from the path, he began to urge the faith to align itself with its eccentric and humble origins. This action is well respected by the people, sparking a surge in independent worship, secularism, and mysticism. The archbishops of the Zakarum High Council, on the other hand, would see these actions as corroding the power they had built from the ground up. However, they are unable to keep Zebulon in check. The church would then dispatch clerics to the west in order to spread the Zakarum word. The travels would lead into the protectors of the word to protect missionaries in the future. The Red Circle in 1172 becomes a gallows in these times. In the 1190s, Pepin would be born. By 1200, Westmarch would be threatened by a plague sweeping through the lands, in which Justinian II would oversee the outbreak and orders the incineration of the dead in order to cease the spread of infection. 2 years later, Deckard Cain would be born. In the 1210s, Griswold would be born. In 1211, Deckard Cain's father, Jared Cain, had become in charge of a tannery shop after working there for years. Tragically, however, Jared would succumb to his sickness and perishes. After a few weeks, Deckard would have an argument with his mother, resulting in the two having a falling out. who refused to believe the stories of her time in the Horadric alongside his father. In the 1220s, Adriana would be born in this time, and in 1233 Emilia Cain, Deckard's wife, had given birth to Jared Cain, named after Deckard's father. In 1225, Zebulon would be deposed in his role of Q Hegan, and Karamat takes his place, which allows the High Council to manipulate him into reversing all of what Zebulon had done in the prior years, setting the religious order in a new direction of stricter systems, where non-conformists in individual worshipping would be punished. They would purge various sects from the church, and they would brutally suppress the other religions. 9 years later, Tyrania's mother dies, and her father, Jeranan, would be left to care for her. 3 years later, in 1237, Emilia makes her leave from Tristram, and Deckard with their son by her side. Unfortunately, before they could make it outside of the region's borders, the two would be ambushed by a group of bandits and tragically would be killed in the attack. Sometime in the 1240s, Gillian would be born in Tristram. In 1240, Derek Lang, Matt Huring, had been born, and Rondal and Marta had met, and later got married this year. 3 years later, in 1243, Bayard Cholik had turned his back on the teachings of the Zakarum, beginning an interest in the study of demons. 1 year later, Jeranan and Tyrania moved to Gia Kul. Meanwhile, this year, Warriv had been leading caravans between the regions of Kandurus and Aranok. In the following year, in 1245, disaster would strike the Order of the Zakarum, when the priesthood had attempted to seal the Lord of Hatred away, which ultimately fails, resulting in the religious Order of the Zakarum walking a corrupted path. Meanwhile, back in Westmarch, King Cornelius knights Torin, making him a knight of Westmarch. Later in the year, Shana had been born. The next year, Tyrania had been kidnapped and enslaved, nearly killing her father before disappearing. In 1247, this was to be the height of the Inquisition amongst the Zakarum's increasing zealotry. This is where a group of Zakarum paladins escape the church and flee from the council. They then found the Order of the Paladins, where they would travel to the west to begin their campaign in fighting back the darkness. Farnham's daughter had also been born this year. Hex had been born in Westmarch of the year 1251. Kentrell Dumont in 1254 had taken complete control of a mercenary company. In the following year, the final year to this era, in 1255, a fever brushes through Bramwell. Allura, the wife of the Harrogath elder, Orst, tragically dies this year. However, where there is death, light will shine through the dark, with life, as Akarat had also been born. Derek Lang and Matt Huring had enlisted in the Westmarch Navy forces, and Marta had been kidnapped by the barbarians. However, she simply just reasoned with them, instead of kicking and screaming, and they returned the woman to Westmarch. However, soon, very soon, the world would hear the screams and cries of those who would face the prime evil, Diablo, with terror coming to consume they who dwell upon the earth. Three years later, in 1258, at the command of the Zakarum High Council and of Lazarus's urging, Leoric had been sent to govern the lands of Kandurus. Once he arrives, however, he would restore the Horadric monastery and converts it into a Zakarum cathedral. Once the job had been done, Leoric had declared himself king of these lands, which in the coming years would spell complete disaster for all those who inhabit these lands. Throughout these times, Deckard Cain would tutor Leoric's son, Aidan, As Leoric ruled over his new kingdom, Lazarus, one of the guardians who had become corrupt under the influence of hatred, had travelled to the distant farmland and town of Tristram, where he would stay for quite a considerable amount of time. It was around this time that Diablo's spirit had reawakened, and with this new state of consciousness, Diablo would invade the dreams of Lazarus, the Archbishop, luring him down into the depths of the cathedral to where the Soul Stone had been kept. Bewitched, Lazarus rushes through the catacombs and darkened halls until reaching the final chamber. Lazarus had entered and picked up the red Soul Stone, raising it above his head before throwing it to the ground, shattering it and releasing terror upon the world. Soon the spirit of Diablo flows from the cathedral like blood, through the air and to King Leoric. Diablo attempts to possess him, however, he found the task to be more difficult than first thought of, but he managed to invade his mind, stripping the very core of his being, slowly making him deranged, and soon a mad tyrant. The following year, Ogden begins running the Tavern of the Rising Sun, and Hex had been sent to Lutgalain to begin his studies under the sages there. Cain begins to teach the children at the schoolhouse in Tristram in the year of 1261. The next year, Zale finds the remains of Humbert Weasel. Using his abilities as a necromancer, he reanimates Humbert's skull, taking him on as a companion. Westmarch at this time becomes overwhelmed by a very harsh winter. The following year is when all hell breaks loose in the lands of Kandurus. Moving into the events of Diablo in the year 1263, Adria the witch arrives at Tristram. With the effects of Diablo's terror-inducing abilities, King Leoric becomes erratic, increasingly deranged. A mad king with absolute power can be a terrifying tyrant. Within his strict rule, Leoric begins the ordering of imprisoning all those who would question his authority, and later executes them as traitors of the region. And soon he declares war on the Kingdom of Westmarch, sending his son Aiden to the battlefield with most of his forces. The ancient order of warrior women who serve the light, known as the Seekers of the Light, who fights for justice and eradicating any and all evils in the land, would soon fall into a great decline as the war with Westmarch continued to ravage their lands. The Archbishop Lazarus kidnaps Leoric's youngest son, Prince Albrecht, as per the instructions left for him by Diablo, bringing him down into the catacombs of Tristram's cathedral to be used as a vessel for the Lord of Terror. The Archbishop takes the shattered Soul Stone and pierces Albrecht's head with it, just like Talrasha, allowing Diablo's possession to begin, seeping through the cracks of his mind. And with his spirit festering within the wound, the boy would be no more. The ceremony begins to summon demons into the catacombs, all deriving from the boy's worst nightmares. Diablo begins to make himself at home, twisting the lower levels of the cathedral into a new level of hell. The loss of his youngest son shatters what was left of Leoric's sanity, just like the Soul Stone, where the Mad King begins to throw Tristram into sheer horror as he seeks to torture those he believed is involved with the disappearance. And when he didn't get what he wanted, he would execute the tortured souls of Tristram, justifying it as the people had been conspiring against him.
My lord, the prisoner is ready, as you requested.
Thank you, Lazarus. Your loyalty is invaluable in the midst of all these traitors.
And you, my dear, my own wife and queen, conspiring against our kingdom.
My love, I swear, I have never betrayed you.
Lies, until the very end.
Lagdanan, the captain of King Leoric's army in the chaotic war with Westmarch, returns early to see that the chaos of war had infected the lands of Kandurus. This angers him to see so much suffering that he rallies his men to find the tyrant and to put an end to this madness. Lacdanon's men surround King Leoric, and their captain comes forward, telling the others to keep their distance, that this burden of killing their once proud king is his to bear. Plunging his sword into the chest of Leoric, he hopes that this will bring peace to him and to the lands of Kandurus. Leoric would, in his dying breaths, tell the men that even in death his armies will still obey him. Cursing the captain and his guards, the captain and his men would begin to bury the Mad King, remembering him well, before his madness seeped into his mind, before the torture he bestowed to the land. However, Leoric had no part to play in death. He instead resurrected himself and became the Skeleton King. They would try to subdue him again, but instead they would fall to the undead nightmare. And as part of the curse Leoric had placed on them, they would become the Hell Knights in the lowest levels of the cathedral. Lazarus at this time begins to rally the townsfolk, telling them about Ulbricht, and soon he would lead them into the cathedral and down into the catacombs. Where they had thought that they would be on a rescue mission, they were actually there to be sacrificed to the Lord of Terror, as the Butcher soon emerged from the shadows and attacked the townsfolk in the claustrophobic catacombs and hallways. Lazarus soon departs the area, leaving the men to their fate, as the bloodthirsty demon tears them apart, with only a few of them managing to escape to the surface. Unfortunately, Wirt had to leave one of his legs behind as he was carried away. During these events, the war with Westmarch had raged on, with the chaos being a complete disaster, with the armies of Kandurus being cut into ribbons. The armies had been defeated, and somehow Aidan manages to escape the conflict, returning to Tristram. However, once he gets there, he soon sees that the kingdom he left is now in complete disarray. At the same time, the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye would send a number of rogues to investigate Tristram, and Moriana traveled with them. Jazrev, the summoner, would too leave the Vizari clan in search for this dark presence, and soon the trio would find each other as they began their investigation into the darkening of Tristram. Together the three traveled down into the depths of the catacombs, the rogue, the warrior, and the summoner, and soon they would encounter the Butcher. As he had finished carving up the townsfolk, the three would battle this demon, and eventually they defeated him, leaving the dismembered body to be devoured by the maggots writhing through the cracks in the walls. The three would then encounter both the Skeleton King and Lazarus, and they too would fall, much to Aidan's grief for his father, and his disturbance seeing the skeleton of the king he called his father. Soon the three returned to Tristram to inform Deckard Cain of what they had learned from Lazarus. The Lord of Terror had been lurking deep beneath them. The three travelled back through the bloodied and foul-smelling catacombs to find the lowest level of the cathedral, with the twisted appearance assaulting their eyes. Continuing to the center of the dark, blood-filled level, they soon came to the demon, the Lord of Terror, Diablo. The three would be tested to their very limits. Diablo would prove himself to be a prime evil. He would emit flames from his arms, summon walls of bones from the ground, his chest exploding flame walls that traveled towards the heroes. But eventually they would subdue Diablo, and Aidan had delivered the final blow. However, listening to the tales of the Soul Stone, Aidan would cut it out of his head, revealing his brother as the transformation reversed. Remembering the noble sacrifice of Tal Rasha, Aidan believed that if he was strong enough to defeat the Lord of Terror, then he would be the only one able to contain him. And so, he takes the stone, only to plunge it into his own mind. Emerging from the cathedral, Aiden had been covered in demonic blood, with a red glow emanating from his forehead. His mind burning with the rage and terror of Diablo, Aiden began to shun others from his sight and company. He would travel to Adria's hut, where the two would sleep together. Aiden would give her the seeds for the future. A celebration had been arranged the following day, to which Aiden tells Deckard of their battle with the Lord of Terror, and as the heroes joined the celebration, Aiden had managed to slip away, with Deckard finding the prince, covering himself with a cloak and whispering to himself, "I thought I could contain it. I thought I could contain it. I thought I could contain him. Brothers must find brothers to the east." Disturbed by the voice traveling and rippling through his mind, Aiden would head east to try and find someone to exorcise this parasite of hell from within him. Once a beloved prince of Kandurus, loved by all who approached, has now been twisted into a shadow of his former self. A wanderer, the Dark Wanderer.
The Soul Stone burns with hell fire as an eerie red glow blurs your vision. Fresh blood flows into your eyes, and you begin to hear the tormented whispers of the damned. You have done what you knew must be done. The essence of Diablo is contained. For now. You pray that you have become strong enough to contain the demon and keep him at bay. Although you have been fortified by your quest, you can still feel him, clawing his way up from the dark recesses of your soul. Fighting to retain control, your thoughts turn toward the ancient mystic lands of the Far East. Perhaps there, beyond the desolate wastes of Aranok, you will find an answer. Or perhaps, salvation.
As the former Prince Aiden, the Dark Wanderer, had been travelling through to Aranok, Andariel and Duriel, however, had been witnessing the path he walked, and knew the three brothers of hell would reclaim their power and return to the burning hells. They chose to help Diablo, who is now haunting Aiden, by travelling to Sanctuary. The Lord of Terror would tell Andariel to wipe the Sisterhood out, which would allow him safe passage east. And with the command, Andariel moved to the Horadric monastery with an army of demons. Her battle with the Sisterhood would be a massacre, with their best warriors being ripped apart, with pools of crimson blood and splatters coating the catacombs. With the departure of the heroes who had slain the Terror, Tristram had come under attack by demons once again, with many of the townsfolk either fleeing or being torn down. Griswold would be turned into a monster, and Deckard Cain would be captured and held in a cage, suspended above the ground, awaiting rescue by the nearby Sisterhood. However, they would have their hands full at this time. The Maiden of Anguish, however, would soon be challenged by one of the previous heroes, the rogue Moriana. She would give the Maiden a battle she would not forget, seeing great potential in her, but Andariel was too much for her, and once Moriana was on the brink of death, Andariel would transform the rogue into her lieutenant, Blood Raven. Soon after this, the Citadel had fallen, and a notable member who sought refuge here, Marius, would flee from the many raised skeletons and demonic forces, with others seeking shelter in a hostel. Andariel would continue to push the sisters back to their rogue encampment. Blood Raven would be commanded to build another army using the graveyards in the burial grounds as a source for recruitment. With the woodlands and plains becoming corrupted by Andariel and Blood Raven, it was only a matter of time before the slain sisters had come back, or at least demonic versions of their former selves. Eventually, a splinter cell of demons would meet in the Blood Moor, inside of a den of evil, awaiting the orders to pour forth and attack the rogue encampment. sealing victory for Andariel's forces. However, as if things couldn't get much worse, the Dark Wanderer had found the hostel where Marius had been staying at. Marius at this time had been smoking opium and recounting the evil and the horrors claiming the citadel, until the front door had swung open, revealing a dark, shadowy figure. He would walk inside, so weak from suppressing the Lord of Terror from taking full control, dragging his sword along the floor. However, once he sat down, his arm began to twitch uncontrollably to the point he dropped his weapon, and one of the men began to laugh at him, which caused Aiden to lose focus and had allowed Diablo to take control, summoning demons and the undead into the hostel.
He was losing. As I watched, I became convinced that I was truly mad. The terror, the destruction, the evil I witnessed. How else could I explain them? Were these the demons from my dream, or were they born within the Wanderer? Why did I follow him? I don't know. Why do things happen as they do in dreams? All I know is that when he beckoned, I had to follow him. And from that moment, we traveled together east. Always into the east.
During this time, a few notable moments of history had happened here, with the first being the birth of James's daughter. Another more notable birth had occurred here, with Adria giving birth to Leah, to which she would give her to Gillian in Chaldean, as she was ready for her next task as the Dark Wanderer's servant and contingency plan. In the events of Diablo Legacy of Blood, Norik Vizharan had come across the armor of Bartok with the help of his companions. The armor plating quickly binds to him, making him a prisoner within the magical armor, which takes control of his body, using him as a vessel, forcing the man to travel east, just like Aiden and Marius. At this time, the group of heroes had descended upon the rogue encampment, seeing the wilderness in complete disarray, with the group consisting of an Amazon known as Cassia, who came from the southern sea plains, a necromancer known as Zul, who arrived from the southern swamplands of the wetlands, a barbarian who came from Haragoth, a sorceress who was with the Zan Esso clan known as Isendra, and a paladin who derived from Westmarch. The group of heroes would destroy the forces of Andariel, slaying Blood Raven, allowing the previous hero from her time to rest finally. Travelling to the burning ruins of Tristram, they soon found and rescued Deckard Cain, allowing him to travel through a portal to the rogue encampment. He would tell the heroes of Andariel when to follow the footsteps of the Dark Wanderer, but first the Maiden of Anguish must be slain. The heroes would descend into the catacombs of the majorly infested monastery, and working through each other's strengths, they would put an end to the sisters' anguish. With the killing blow, Andariel would burst into flames that would travel into the ceiling, causing the support to give away, and the group returns to the camp where they soon give chase to Aiden, who had been accompanied by Marius. Over the course of many weeks, the pair had made camp for the night within the desert, where Marius would be given a vision of Taurash's sacrifice.
As the days passed, my companion told me of himself, that he had once been a great warrior, and that a dark and secret burden now weighed heavily upon him. We traveled for an eternity across that arid wasteland. How long? I couldn't say. And always a dark cloud seemed to follow us just over the horizon. Finally, the journey ended. We climbed the last bridge. There below us lay our destination. The shining jewel, Loot Gulain, with a great sea beyond. We made camp that last night. Perhaps it was the warm desert wind or the sound of the ocean, but for the first time in many weeks, I slept. However, the dreams returned, but these were clearly not my own. I beheld a vision of a great man, the Mage, Talrasha. You were there too, Tyrael. I remember seeing you in my dream. His brethren had cornered a great demon, Baal, Lord of Destruction, who had been set loose upon the world. They attempted to imprison the demon within a sacred stone. Yet when their attempts failed, Talrasha selflessly volunteered to contain the demon within himself, completing the prison. He instructed his brethren to bind him within a tomb, buried under the sand, there to wrestle with the demon for all eternity.
Now you know what I seek, Marius. This is my brother. Sleep now. We set out with the dawn.
The next morning, we walked over the hill toward Loot Gulain. I had no idea then of the horrors that were in store for me there.
Soon after this event, Kara Nightshadow helps Norik, allowing him to free himself of the armor that bound to him like a symbiote. With one story over, the Dark Wanderer had arrived at Loot Gulain, where the shadow looming over and through Aiden had been growing stronger, influencing him to corrupt Randament, causing him to flee into the sewers as he builds an army to claim the city as his own. However, the heroes of this tale had arrived, putting an end to this madness, and began to search for the pieces of the Horadric staff so that they could use it to gain access to Taurash's chambers. Over the course of 254 years, however, Taurasha had been tortured, pulped, and twisted both physically and psychologically by the spirit of Baal. Eventually, however, the heroes would be allowed entry to the palace, and they would need to move quickly if they were able to find Taurash's tomb before Baal could be let loose upon the world once again. However, little did they know the Dark Wanderer had found the correct tomb with his companion, and together they descended down into the crypts to find Taurasha, or what was left of him.
My companion drew in the dank, cold air of the tomb. It seemed to strengthen him. I stood in the doorway between light and dark. What was left of my sanity implored me not to enter. But that voice was just a whisper now. As we worked our way down, deeper and deeper into the crypt, I began to see a change in my companion. He seemed to be gaining strength. I could hardly see in the gloom, but my companion seemed to know the way. We came at last to a great hall. It was then I realized my companion hadn't been gaining strength. He had been losing what was left of his humanity. He moved with demonic speed, and then you appeared.
Stop! The beast contained herein shall not be set free, not even by you. Ensured the doom of this world. You cannot even begin to imagine what you've set in motion this day. Go to the Temple of Light in the eastern city of Karas. There you will find the gate to hell opened before you. You must find the courage to step through that gate, Maris. Take the stone you hold to the Hellforge, where it will be destroyed. Now run. Take the stone and run!
By this time, the heroes had encountered a powerful sorcerer known as Jazreth, the hero who helped to end Diablo's reign of terror beneath Tristram. However, Now he had been corrupted by the foul energies and sought to end the lives of these trespassers. However, they soon overcame his spells, and thanks to his research, the group found out the correct tomb of the 6 fake sites. The 7th was in sight. However, by the time the heroes had found the correct tomb, they would find not the Dark Wanderer nor Baal, but Tyrael, who had been commanded to guard the Archangel Tyrael so he could no longer interfere with their plans. The heroes, however, made short work of him. The battle with the Lord of Pain was indeed quite painful, but their battle was glorious, with the heroes gaining entry to the nearby chamber. While Tyrael explained his account to the heroes, Marius had travelled to Karust, stalking the Dark Wanderer and Tyrael, both now possessed to travel to the Durance of Hatred so they can return to hell once and for all. The heroes, however, had been able to catch Aiden, but not before disappearing into an array of light, to which came out from the blinding light had been a number of demons swarming to assault them. As the heroes sought out the pieces of Callan's flail, the Dark Wanderer and Tyrael had managed to release Mephisto from his shackles, and the 3 now reunited would begin a ritual to open the gate to hell. However, little did they know they had an unexpected visitor.
I did as you told me, Tyrael. I found the Temple of the Zakarum. In the deepest recesses of the temple, I found a dark gathering. My companion, the Wanderer, Tyrael, and a great evil who could only be the Lord of Hatred himself, Mephisto. I heard a voice that, like 1,000 needles in my heart.
My brothers, at long last we stand reunited. The infernal day has been prepared, and the time of our final victory is at hand. Let the way to hell be opened. And the evil that was once vanquished shall rise anew. Wrapped in the guise of man shall he walk amongst the innocent, and terror shall consume they that dwell upon the earth. The skies shall rain fire, and the seas will be covered as blood. The righteous shall fall before the wicked, and all creation shall tremble before the burning standards of hell.
What I saw then was not meant for mortal eyes.
The gate stands ready. The time has come to assume your true form. Arise, Diablo, Lord of Terror.
With the overwhelming terror of both Mephisto and Baal in front of him, Marius would flee out of pure fear of his fate, eventually finding Westmarch, where he would hide himself out of fear of what he saw that day. Eventually, the heroes managed to find the chambers of Mephisto and the Hell Gate, where they would be confronted by the demon, with him taunting them and cackling as he does so, but even he was no match for the combined efforts of the group's overwhelming power. Soon the group faced their fears, traveling through the Hell Gate into the Great Conflict, where they battled the likes of Exile, the fallen angel, and after releasing him from his demonic and grotesque form of darkness by request of Tyrael, they had travelled into the Lair of Terror, where they would summon Diablo to them, and after a lengthy battle, the Lord of Terror had been defeated again, and the Soul Stones had been destroyed. However, one still remained.
So, Marius, at last I find you.
Tyrael, yes. Yes, now I recognize you. I should have known you'd travel in disguise. They're always watching.
I've been searching for you for a long time, Marius. I was rather beginning to think you didn't want to be found.
Oh, forgive me, Tyrael, please. It wasn't my fault.
Not your fault. Tell me, Marius, how was it not your fault?
The Wanderer. Yes, it was the Wanderer. I heard later that he was defeated. And that the Soul Stones were destroyed in Hellforge. All except one. Oh, I failed, Tyrael. I couldn't do as you asked. I couldn't enter that gate. Forgive me, Tyrael. Forgive me.
Marius, give me the stone and all is forgiven. Give it to me, Marius.
Take it. Take it, take it. I'm glad this is finally over, Tyrael. Look what the stone has done to me.
You haven't failed, old man. You've done exactly as you were meant to do. However, I am not the Archangel Tyrael.
Well, no.
You have done well, Marius. Now I think you shall have your reward.
I don't deserve.
A mercenary company at this time had entered the lost city of Uria. Along with the necromancer Zale, Dumont discovers and survives the city's dark secrets. Vala would be born this year. Cornelius the Younger would die out from a spider's powerful bite. With his powers fully regained and awakened within himself, the Lord of Destruction would seek to lay siege to Mount Ariat, where the World Stone had been kept.
Fail! The gates of Sescheron have stood for eons beyond remembrance, and you shall not breach them now. Remove your foul demons from our lands. We stand on the side of light. You shall not be allowed to reach Mount Ariat, and that which you seek will not be yours.
Enough! Enough! Enough!
I shall take your position into consideration. Well, it seems your terms are not acceptable.
Eventually, the group of heroes would hear of the grim news and had rushed to the peaks of the mountains, where they would be accompanied by an assassin from Kurust, who is with the Vizjaktar and is known as Natalia, and a druid who helps them ascend from the battlefields of the siege to the peaks of the mountains and to the depths of the Worldstone Chamber, where they fought for the future of humanity against Baal. However, even though the group had been victorious, Baal had the last laugh, exclaiming that his brothers had not died in vain. Tyrael would descend to them to explain that Baal had corrupted the Worldstone, and the only way to save humanity and the world they call home was to destroy the artifact. The resulting explosion of the Worldstone destroys much of the countryside, along with Baal's remaining army that continued to march against Haragath. A larger shard than that of the Soul Stones flies outward from the explosion, smashing into the sea near Stormpoint, where it would be swept away to a tidal cavern. The destruction also had an effect on the humans, making them stronger, and over time the spells Anarius had conducted would wear off, allowing the Nephalem to rise once again, stronger than ever before. The heroes, now free of this quest, would return to their rightful places. However, Cain searches for a way to save the mortal world. With the destruction of the Worldstone, Sanctuary was no longer under lock and key, and was now open to any and all demons or angels that may be looking for lands to conquer. At this time, Westmarch had come under attack from Astragar, who had set loose his minions into the city. However, Exile was there to put an end to the bloodshed. With the revelation of the demon influence over the Zakarum Church, people quickly lost faith in the religion. Emperor Hakan I moves Kagastan's capital to Chaldeum. Over the years, Chaldeum becomes the most powerful and influential urban city in Sanctuary. With the defeat of Baal, a power vacuum is left open for Skarn, and over the following years he would create a new cult, the cult of Damnation, where they would seek to find the Worldstone shards for their own uses. Unfortunately, the sorceress Isendra had been assassinated at this time by a Vizjaktar assassin. The identity of this assassin is unknown, however, perhaps Natalia may know more about this event. Since the defeat of the prime evils, the people of Sanctuary go through a time of peaceful harmony that lasts for 2 decades. Over these long years, merchants and adventurers are drawn to the ruins of the once great farmland of the town of Tristram, with them hearing the tales of the treasures held within the depths of the cathedral's catacombs. Over time, the structure is completely stripped bare of all of its belongings, decor, and gold. However, from this comes a new town known as New Tristram, which falls into ignominy. Adria at this time had been sent a vision from Diablo and goes out to find the souls of both Tyrael and Adria, so that his master plan is to be enacted. In 1266, Lai Ming of the Xian Shai had been born. 4 years later, the events of Diablo Immortal take place, with the Royal Mages of Westmarch making a breakthrough with their work which opens the Elder Rift. Merchants at this time had also been given permission to start selling their goods to newcomers and adventurers seeking crests. A vigilante group after this forms, known as the Demon Hunters, who use their hatred for the Hellspawn to inflict their vengeance upon their foes. These men and women would use crossbows and swore an oath to destroy the forces of the burning hells one demon at a time. In an effort to revive their fallen master, the surviving demon forces attempt to recover the lost shards of the World Stone. However, ancient evils begin to roam the world, enslaving humanity as they find these shards. Skarn then commands a direct assault against Westmarch, with most of the city falling to his forces. However, only the capital is able to withstand his power. But what he did not know, that there was one that had been sent to break the siege and to hunt his demons down, the Shard Seeker. An adventurer, however, would see a vision, a warning of what was to come with the faction known as the Wrathborn, coming to burn Westmarch to the ground through a portal that ends the Infern Tree's life. However, thanks to the vision, the crisis was averted, but the faction still sought to invade Sanctuary. At this time, the black mists of Mount Xavian began to expand, cloaking the surroundings all the way to the Sentinel's watch. However, a secret would be within the thick haze, a secret lost to time. Since the Zakarum Crusades, the mists that surrounded Castle Kryangar began to clear, which allowed the warbands to purge all undead from the interior. However, word of this reaches the Burning Hells, who sought to retake the castle in their favor. Without warning, burning rocks fall from the sky. Meteoric slags soar through the sky, impacting the lands of Sanctuary. However, these weren't just any old rocks. These had etchings in them, with rune writings hinting of an evil stirring within. The Cult of Terror breach Stormport, seeking the World Stone Shard. However, on the shores of Westmarch, mysterious rituals had begun, with adventurers coming to partake. But once the Burning Hells get a whiff of this, they soon dispatch their emissaries to recover the knowledge that had been stolen. Soon a dig site would be formulated on an island near to the Gulf of Westmarch. Proceeding ahead of schedule, the workers and archaeologists begin to see hallucinations and have nightmares when they sleep. Once they had dug deep enough, they soon found the cause. One of the accursed towers had been at play here. The workers, however, returned safely back home, but their minds are no longer sacred. The accursed towers are then revealed all over the world, and several factions begin to fight for their control, including the Shadows, Immortals, and the Burning Hells. With their attempts failed, the Cult of Terror set sail through the Forgotten Sea all the way to the Cradle of the Ancients, so that they may be able to find an artifact that may be able to help them to open the doors to hell. However, again they come to a loose end. They locate Tarn headquarters and attempt to raid it, creating a tether to the Beyond as they called it. But the skirmish would abruptly end and the tether would snap, ceasing the connection. Throughout this time, worshipping of the Mother of Sanctuary, Lilith begins to dawn once again, and her favour hails upon the faithful. Cain in 1272 would take Leah under his wing, making her his pupil in his many teachings. Together the two would set back the plans of Belial, who has since gained entry to the mortal world. Miskar, 3 years later, had been born. Another 3 years later, Samantha Halstaff had been born. In 1281, Jagd Lang had become the advisor for the great families in Zo. With her great work, she reforms the City Watch, transforming it into her own personal army, to which she soon uses it to attack the 10th family. In 1284, Jacob and Shanna part ways. Rowland Halstaff had also been born in this year. However, Ashton disappears, taking what remained of the house, Natoli's fortune with him, leaving his wife to pay off his debts that had been accumulated. Leah and Cain at this time had returned to the place he once called home. However, he soon saw a very different Tristram to what he had been expecting, with them arriving in the new version of the town. Cain would fill his days scrolling through pages of history in the cathedral, continuing his old work in his book, while Leah lives her life, spending her time with the townsfolk. However, soon, demons, angels, and men would all feel the wrath of the one true primeval once again within the end of days. One year would pass in 1285, and after 20 long years, Tyrael had regained his true form, allowing him access to the high heavens, and once arriving he summons his sword to his side, Eldrune, to which Jacob, the one who discovered the sword, becomes puzzled by the sudden disappearance. Hakan II removes the support for Chaldeum from the borderlands. With these lands now left without defense, the Coven move in to claim their new territory, resulting in a flurry of refugees to come pouring into the city. Hakan attempts to resolve this matter by sending the Iron Wolves out to battle the Coven, and the Imperial Guard is now implemented into the ranks of Chaldeum's forces in order to protect the citizens from the flocks of refugees. Abd al-Hazir departs Chaldeum in order to record his findings on the many wonders and perils active in the world, where he would spend months in the wilderness before swiftly returning home after being shaken by the things he has bear witness to. While this had been going on, however, Samuel Durest had been found guilty of the crime of murder for killing Marlowe, to which he had been dealt with swift justice by the force of the executioner. Lydra and Wrigley transport a demon across Aranok, however it soon turns against them, possessing Lydra, forcing Wrigley to kill her for his own self-preservation. Cur Erdwell returns to the Dreadlands in the middle of the year. Valdraxis, a minion of the Lord of Terror at this time, began to plague the towns, Holbrook and Havenwood, with his presence before Vala, a demon hunter who was a Nephalem as well, had managed to kill him. However, she soon learns of a prophecy that will occur in 7 days, and she begins to travel to the town of Tristram to catch a glimpse of a falling star, to which she suspects cannot be good for all of mankind. On the peak of the 7th day, Tyrael would return to the Angris Council, where they had been waiting for the judgment of his crimes for his interference in the mortals' affairs.
Tyrael, The ancient law of the high heavens strictly forbids us from interfering with the mortal world. Yet you have done so, brazenly.
All I am guilty of, Imperius, is bringing justice, while you hide, cowering behind your throne.
Silence! You will now answer for your transgressions.
You cannot judge me. I am justice itself. We were meant for more than this. To protect the innocent. But if our precious laws bind you all to inaction, then I will no longer stand as your brother.
Sacrilege.
Leah, are you all right, my girl?
It was nothing, Uncle. Just a bad dream. We should be getting you home.
But there's still work to be done. If these translations are correct, the powers of hell could already be on the move. The world must be told of the coming darkness. You do believe me, don't you, Leah? It has begun.
Leave it, Uncle! It's not important!
This event would spell disaster for New Tristram, as the dead had begun to rise with the power of the fallen star, crashing through the cathedral and into the lower levels of the catacombs, and Leoric would rise once again to make everyone suffer as he had suffered. At the time of the falling star, Lai Ming would see it burning through the sky and would follow until reaching New Tristram. Zoltar at this point would be guiding Miskar through the Gorgora, which had been a forest that was becoming overrun by demons in the wake of the star. The covetous Shen would leave Xian Shai after warning Jai that a civil war had been fast approaching them for the island nation. The Nephalem all meet in New Tristram, and with the aid of the townsfolk, Deckard Cain and Leah, they repel the undead forces, defeat the jailer, the Skeleton King, and save Tyrael from the Coven's forces. However, the price of victory can be very steep, with the death of the beloved Deckard Cain. Magdar had indeed escaped from the Nephalem's clutches, but left an opening for their pursuit. But first, Tyrael and Leah had to bury Cain, and after Tyrael's confession of how he became mortal, they met with the Nephalem to find Magdar and Belial to make them pay, which is exactly what they do with Magdar, perishing at their hands. However, Belial would be another case entirely. When they approach the Emperor, he dismisses the claims and asks for the guards to escort them away, to which they begin to transform into serpent-like demons and chase the heroes into the sewers. However, they soon find Adria, that she had been alive all this time, and soon rescues her from Belial's minions. Together, the group goes out into the wilderness to find Zoltan Kull's body after encountering his spirit in order to find the Black Soul Stone. However, as they do so, they are soon betrayed by the sorcerer and a battle ensues. But through their cunning minds, the Nephalem are able to defeat Kull no matter what he tried, and they soon challenged the Emperor, calling Belial out, who had been disguised as him all along. The Nephalem defeat Belial, and Leah manages to store the Lord of Lies away in the stone.
None of this makes any sense to me. What am I missing, Uncle? What am I supposed to see?
Shall reign as the prime evil. Leah, are you all right? Speak to me, child.
Ariad. The demon's invasion will come from Ariad.
Now the last Lord of Hell, Azmodan, launches a surprise attack against Bastion's keep with his demons pouring out from Ariat's crater, which had been the remains of Mount Ariat after the events of Diablo II, Lord of Destruction. Regardless, the keep would never have stood a chance at delaying the enemy if it weren't for Leah gaining a vision from the Lord of Sin himself, who arrogantly announces his plans to become the prime evil. The Nephalem quickly rose to the challenge and had even invaded the Ariat's crater and defeated Azmodan, allowing for the final piece of the puzzle to be laid to rest. Or so they thought. Unexpectedly, Adria betrays not just the Nephalem nor Tyrael, but her own daughter to the might of Diablo, fusing the Black Soul Stone and Leah together, allowing for her to become the Prime Evil's vessel.
Dear Leah, Deckard always suspected your true father was Diablo himself. And now, my daughter, you shall serve as his vessel.
I live. But I am more than I once was. The 7 evils are now one within me. I am the prime evil. Well done, faithful Adria. Go now, until I call upon you again. Now, at last, to my true goal, the one that has always eluded me.
The heroes were helpless to cease the event, as Leah had stepped into a reddish portal leading away to the high heavens, where he would meet an old friend.
Even in the heart of heaven, angels can still feel fear.
My old enemy. You cannot hide from me, no matter what form you choose to wear. Let your true self be revealed. Diablo.
At the time of the invasion of the high heavens, the jailer, who was left to attend to Inarius, joined the battle. The bloodthirst was just too great for him. This had left an opening for Inarius to flee the hell of hatred and to return to his beloved sanctuary. After climbing to the top of the spire, the Nephalem had seen the angels were indeed helpless to stop Diablo, who had begun to corrupt the Crystal Ark, the birthplace of angels. However, despite his true powers at hand, the Nephalem destroyed Diablo, forcing him back into the stone, where he would remain for all eternity, or so we thought.
In the end, it was a mortal heart that saved 2 worlds from ruin and cast down the prime evil forever. A new day breaks for both angels and men. For mankind's greatest champion, the Nephalem, rose to confront the darkness that we, in our pride, would not face. My brethren, I will take my place among you once again, but this time as a mortal. Since justice has been met this day, I will now stand as wisdom. On behalf of those who risked all to save us. Forevermore, we shall stand together, angels and men, in the light of this glorious new dawn.
Declaring that heaven and sanctuary will be standing together against the forces of hell and darkness, Tyrael would return to the council, becoming the aspect of wisdom with the mysterious disappearance of his brother. Later, Al-Hazir had been captured by the remaining forces of the Coven, who take him to Sescheron, 2 months after the defeat of the one prime evil, Diablo, in 1286. Tyrael had reformed the Horadric, taking the Soul Stone away from the Council, which had begun to corrupt them. Strange creatures at this time would begin to stir in the lands surrounding Westmarch, that begin to plague the city once again. Nerissa Natalie at this time wins a dowry for her sister, but results in the cost of her own life. Hiding the stone deep underground within the crust of Sanctuary, Tyrael and the Horadric place the stone at the center of the chamber to be held under lock and key, never to be used, and the souls trapped forever until...
You have done well, Horadric. Your service here is finished. And you should all... run. Malthael. Why? The Nephalem will stop you.
No one can stop death.
Malthael then sends his legions of undead warriors out and even commands the spirits. The dead rise, so much so that the balance between life and death becomes underbalanced. Lord Winton at this time uses these events to his advantage, forming a rebellion with the peasants against King Justinian IV. Winston is successful in the revolt and murders the king, but the Nephalem make sure he cannot take advantage of the vacuum of power by ending his life. With the help of Imperius, the Nephalem are led to the Pandemonium Fortress, where they defeat Malthael, but not before he shatters the Soul Stone, absorbing the power and the souls trapped within. But in destroying the angel, the evils locked within had also been released back into the world, and their return wouldn't be a matter of if, but only when. Due to this event, even more horrors would begin to plague humanity on Sanctuary, such as the rescue mission of Al-Hazir and dealing with his Coven captors, and when the Nephalem discover the Grey Hollow Island, allowing them to stumble upon the lost secrets of the island, they soon encounter the Crazed Man, better known as Raould the Younger. The Nephalem and the Crazed Man have a battle, but eventually the Nephalem overwhelms the man and defeats him. Led by the demonic entity Vidian, the Blood Cult lead several Nephalem into the depths of the Temple of the Firstborn, where they drain their blood in order to boost the powers of their master Vidian. However, the Nephalem are soon drawn to this influx of energy and they manage to stop the demon in his tracks. However, the battles waged in and out of Sanctuary through time and space begin to fluctuate, turning into the realms of fate, opening portals all over Sanctuary to pocket dimensions that hold several events from the past, present, and future. After some investigations, the Nephalem, with Tyrael's help, were able to cease the spread of these portals, lowering the risk of total annihilation and calamity to void, leaving humanity and the Nephalem to rebuild and expand into the next era. In the years following the events in and around Reaper of Souls, humanity found themselves besieged by religious schisms, wars, famine, and a collapse in the economy due to the damage done by the Reapers. Heaven, also having faced the wrath of the demons and Reapers, chose this to be the time for self-isolation, as they had shut their gates to Sanctuary, the wastelands between heaven and hell, the burning hells, and the beyond. Moving through and past the decades, Sanctuary has become a hollow shell of what it once stood for, with demons roaming the lands as if they had created them, taking what they desired, who they desired, enslaving the populace to their will. The world soon turned into a new hellscape. Those who escaped these horrors now live within, hiding, scavenging for food and water as best as they could. Others that were once heroes to the people of Sanctuary are now new monsters that drive others away, forcing the mortals to distrust others. The Empire of Kyrgyzstan soon collapses due to the several wars and demonic invasions taking their tolls on the nations of the world. Hakan II at this time had ordered that the gates of Chaldean be sealed shut, in a bid to wait out the storm. Tyrael in these dire times had left the Horadric vault for unknown reasons and left Lorefna in charge of his absence. But the group soon whittles away into dust and echoes. Inarius at this time begins his work once again. As soon as he had seen the devastation of the world he had created, he reforms the Cathedral of Light. Unfortunately, he could never had expected that a group of adventurers would travel into a sacred site in search of treasure, wonders, and knowledge. The men, however, would find that a hive of demons had been waiting for them, and they had been torn apart until 3 are left standing in the main chamber, where the guide accidentally begins to recite the ancient passage in bringing the mother back to her children.
Keep running.
Are you out of your mind? He's not going to make it.
He has to.
Blessed Akarat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom. Guys,
look at me! All the gold we want is right there.
No, I just came here for knowledge.
They're coming!
I know.
Get over here!
Now, breach the seal. Get us through that door!
Oh, Lord, help me. By 3 they come. By 3 thy way opens. Blood shows. This doesn't make any sense. Blood is the key. Blood is the key!
What?
I need 2 of you!
No! Go! I'll hold them! Go!
So, it says the blood of the willing goes...
You gotta be kidding me! It worked!
We have to help him!
He's dead already. It's a shame he didn't make it.
Oh well, cheer up. Gold splits better 3 ways instead of 4. Must be hidden here somewhere. Read this.
By 3 they come, by 3 thy way opens, by the blood of them willing. Hail. Hail the Creator. Ha! Hail the daughter of... Oh no. No.
What about the coin? What's it say?
This is forbidden. This is a summoning. I cannot speak.
Don't lie to me!
We came here for treasure. What is this place?
I don't know. Maybe it's a temple. Or a tomb, or... It's a gate. Blessed Akarat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Though my path is wrought to darkness, guide my soul to thy sacred place.
From the abyss, we see thy salvation. By three they come. By three thy way opens. By the blood of the willing. We call thee home. Come.
Blessed Akarat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Though my
Open your eyes.
Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal light.
There is no light here. You came to the darkness for knowledge.
Yes.
And all the knowledge you seek is here. Surrender. Speak the words. Call her home.
By three, they come. By three, thy way opens. By the blood of the willing, we call thee home. Hail, daughter of hatred, creator of sanctuary, hail, Lilith.
Blessed Mother, save us.
Upon having new visitors each night, Lorith would shine the light on several instances of humanity's history with the demons. Lilith, on the other hand, had been busy building a new wave of support for her own church, which brings us straight to the modern era in this universe, bleeding into the events of Diablo IV in 1336. The heroes of this tale move through the wilderness, and soon after their horse perishes to a wolf encounter, they make their way to a nearby town, to which they find a babbling man speaking nonsense, and after vanquishing the demonic hordes beneath the region, the townsfolk rejoice, giving the heroes a meal and party in their honor. However, after their drinks are spiked and they pass out, they find that the townsfolk have means to kill them. This is where they make their escape and seek to find their way in this dark and new world. Lilith at this time carves a path of bloodshed into humanity, allowing her children to create sin in her name, killing priests and anyone who upheld the light.
shameful. Our Father has granted you a path to salvation. And yet, you stray from it at every opportunity. You drink and gamble. You covet and steal. Shameful.
Sin is their birthright. My children. The lords of hell are coming to devour our world. Salvation lies not in the light, but in you. The faith has taught you to deny your heart's desire and turned you into a prisoner within yourself. Break the chains and discover who you were meant to be. Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
Resist! Resist her temptation! Vani, it's me. I brought your child into this world.
Go to the dry steps and continue your preparations. Now, our true work begins.
Eventually, Lilith would turn her attention towards finding a way back into the great conflict and to return to her father, Mephisto, who awaits in hell. The heroes, on the other hand, find their way to Loreth's lodge, where after he stumbles upon them rummaging through his things, they tell him of their journey, and he offers to help them in reaching the Cathedral of Light. The heroes soon depart, traveling through the wilderness until coming across Tyrael, who shouts at Vigo that he and his guards should have been protecting the lands from demons and that her mother is with the daughter of hatred, and soon they come face to face with the father of Sanctuary, Inarius.
This is how you choose to approach me.
Forgive this intrusion, but...
Tell me what you need.
I must traverse the Black Lake, and that cannot be done without your blessing.
If I've learned anything during my time here, it is that what we're looking for, and what we need, are rarely the same thing. I once thought I could find an end to this war, but there has been no resolution, only more pain. Everything I've done has pulled me further from home, from the place I need to be. This world we made was born from the impossible, and yet, creators. It rots from the inside.
I don't... Lilith has entered the ancient city. With your blessing, I can pursue her.
Your kind are weak, and this world has been wasted on the crusades of the unworthy.
I can stop her.
This audience is concluded.
Lilith at this time enters the sanctum in her own pursuit for the way back to the burning hells, and when she does, she finds one of her children laying on the ground with a spear in his chest.
I don't know if you would have chosen to stand beside me in this new world, Rathma. But I would have saved your place, just the same. And now, all that you might have been has been stolen from me. Stolen. This key unlocks more than the doors of hell. It unlocks our path to the future. A future made possible because of the price you paid. Your sacrifice will not have been in vain.
Soon the heroes encounter the wolf that they narrowly escaped at the beginning of their journey in this tale, or so they had previously thought. It had been stalking them throughout the wilderness, and soon is revealed to be the spirit of the Lord of Hatred, Mephisto, in which a portal is opened, and they step through together to find Tristram, but this time in flames, looking reminiscent to Tristram in the events of Diablo II. The heroes ask why they should trust him, and he replied to stop his daughter, Lilith, even giving them advice on the Horadric that they had stumbled before, and when they do so again, they shouldn't be around for their fate. In their pursuit of Lilith, the heroes come across a huge demonic form summoned by the Daughter of Hatred. However, with the aid of an armored, hulking formed soldier, they are able to slay it. But soon the armor cracked and the soldier fell to the ground. Peeling the metal and iron away, they soon found Vigo inside. He tells the heroes that he hoped to redeem himself before dying, and they mourn his death before moving onwards. On the eve of that night, a member of the Horadric, Donan, can be seen writing his records into another book of scrolls. However, he is soon disturbed by a presence he cannot shake.
And I know you, Donan. Old, tired, each day a struggle to live up to your own legacy.
What do you want with me?
Astaroth.
She's dead.
Astaroth cannot die. Not by your hand. What have you done with him?
Away, demon.
I deny you.
You have grown so frail. I can make you the hero you were.
Return to the darkness from whence you came. I said away!
The heroes, one step behind Lilith, meet with Donnan, and he tells them of a disturbance within his estate, and the heroes soon make their move into the halls of this estate. Lilith, on the other hand, kidnaps Donnan's son and holds him to ransom with a soul stone in hand, containing the demon Astaroth, the charred Duke himself, asking him for his help in giving her safe passage to the House of Hatred, and in return, she will give him a host to resume and rebuild his former glory. And when the demon accepts the proposal, she plunges the stone into Donnan's son. His mind and body begin to burn a bright golden orange. He can feel as if his very soul was burning, and soon the charred Duke had returned and challenged Donnan to duel, just like all those years ago. However, when Donnan finds out that the vessel had been his son, he breaks down, allowing the heroes to step in and put the demon down.
Waiting for you.
Where is he?
Come forth.
My boy.
He called out for you, wept until his tears became fire.
Do as you please, Astaroth. I have what I came for.
The heroes travel to Kedbadu, where they find Lorith, and he tells them of Elias, the man responsible for the return of Lilith, that he is trying to summon a lesser evil back to Sanctuary, in the way of gathering blood with the sacrifice of a woman, which could mean the return of either Andariel or Diriel, as the twin demons both love the anguish of others, with Andariel reveling in the anguish of others through emotional and mental means. However, her brother Diriel revels in the suffering of others through that of pain and torture. However, the heroes find the ritual site and puts a stop to it, as one main demon is enough, for this tale at least. While escorting Mashif through the Scouring Sands, Elias and Lilith have a discussion while a monk is being torn asunder by a pack of starving wolves.
Diablo, Baal. The ruination of Sanctuary is imminent, and yet you doubt.
Only zealots and fools are completely certain, Mother. If we are to be saved, it will be by your hand.
I have not come to save, but to empower. In my shadow, the strong will oppose the might of hell itself. Let the weak fend for themselves.
Adria lives. The Horadrim die.
Whatever
Once there, the heroes find that the pair had moved on, where Lilith and Elias share another conversation as Lilith senses her father's essences are reformulating.
I feel it. Like 1,000 old wounds ripped open again. He's still weak. Vulnerable. I must strike before he can resist.
Make his power yours. The other lords will.
The heroes begin to come up with a plan to seal Lilith away with a soul stone. However, in order to do that, they would need to find someone well knowledgeable with that sort of arcane property, and so they venture outward to find this person in order to prevent her from returning to Sanctuary. They eventually find Laura Findonen, who has a debate about the success rate of the soul stones, as they are a powerful way of containing evil, but as history has seen, they do fail from time to time, even being corrupted in the process. However, as soon as the conversation comes to a head, a sandstorm begins to brew. Upon further investigation, the heroes find that Elias has cornered Tasia, and he uses her for a ritual in summoning Andariel back to Sanctuary, however this time bound in chains and beams. However, eventually she becomes free and attacks the heroes, who eventually overcomes her powers of anguish, and she becomes as she once was, dust. After rescuing Taisa, she tells them of her friend who has mastered the art of immortality, and she takes them to Hoizar in order to find them. Soon after they arrive and speak of the soul stones, noting that the land hasn't got what they need to craft such an artifact, and after receiving a vision from Donan's deceased son, the heroes awaken to find another portal, and upon venturing through it, they come to the place where Mephisto had been held captive by the Zakarum and Horadric before becoming the Durance of Hate as Mephisto corrupted it. With little surprise, the wolf had been waiting for them. He would speak on their failings of the Horadric, telling them that they would hold them back, that their emotions cloud their better judgment, being consumed by them. He also claims that his fate is directly tied to theirs. If Lilith should devour her father's essence, then Sanctuary would forever be lost. Mephisto would tell the heroes that the day of reckoning shall come, and their true allies will come after being denied. But he also warns them not to trust Inarius, as he has seen his true face when he was his prisoner in Hell. Lilith at this time had found the gates to Hell in Chaldeum, but has an unwanted pursuer, Inarius, who has brought the Knights of the Light with him, and she flees through to Hell. The friend Taisa had referred to before had been Rathma, as the heroes finds a temple within the swamps, and after going through Rathma's records of the study of immortality, they venture into the deepest crevices of the sunken temple to seize Elias's immortality so they can end his life. However, after encountering him and defeating him in combat, he soon realizes what they had done and that he was in fact mortal once again. Following the blood trails, they soon come across Elias, and they see him slumped up against some rocks with nothing but contempt in his mouth and mind.
How many times must we do this before you learn? My life is not yours to claim.
I have been to the deepest chambers of the sunken temple, Elias. You have no secrets from me.
Lorath.
Oh, Elias. Was all this worth it then? Truly?
Lilith to sanctuary, a thing no one thought possible. And when hell rises to sweep across this world, I should be there beside her, ready to push it back. You left me alone to cross the lines you would dare not attempt, and you have nothing to show for it. You are nothing but a wasted life. Do not look to forgive me, old man, because it is you who brought us here. Was it worth it? That is a coward's question, Lorath. It suits you.
Elias of Aronok.
Oh, spare me.
Of your own free will, you swore an oath to the Tree of Whispers.
This is not the life I deserved.
The tree does not forget oaths, and it does not forgive debts. It is time to let go.
As soon as this axe had been given unto him, the heroes find out that the gate to hell is located under Chaldeum now, and they venture to it in order to stop Lilith before it is too late. As they arrive, they find Inarius boasting to his forces, giving them a speech about Lilith fleeing back to hell, inspiring acts of courage and divine providence that would be instrumental to his endgame. They would show Inarius the soul stone that they had crafted, but he is disgusted by its mere presence, seeing that it had been a piece of the world stone, debased in the hands of fools. He soon leaves for the burning hells as he says that Lilith dies by his hands, and his hands alone, seeing that his pride has blinded Inarius, and that he has become an unreliable ally in their fight. They choose to ignore him and venture onwards, and so the battle between light and dark, succubus and angel, commences.
I can sense your fear, Father. Do you remember them, Anarius? The whispers of the damned.
Words will not save you. Show yourself.
So, the soldier returns, and with such purpose. No longer the conflicted soul I left behind.
You deceived me! My rightful place is in the heavens.
Is that why you seek to destroy all that we created?
Sanctuary is an abomination!
And our son.
I made it right. To satisfy the heavens.
Tell me, did they rejoice? No. They do not want you.
It is done. It all ends with you.
No. We made a choice. And that they can never forgive. No matter what you tell yourself, or who you sacrifice. Silence is their judgment.
But I set things right. What more would you have me do? Tell me! Please! Tell me!
The heavens do not speak to you anymore.
Heavens, protect me!
No, you belong in hell.
After the battle concludes, the heroes find Prava, who clutches the Soul Stone as Anarius entrusted it to her. Defeated, she gives the heroes the means of capturing Lilith's essence, and they press on. The heroes eventually gain a vision of Lilith gaining entry to Mephisto's location. After being found out, the heroes move through the darkened mist that is a nightmare realm Lilith would attempt to manipulate them to join her side, and as tempting the offers came to them, they were all rejected. The heroes are suddenly assaulted by waves upon waves of demonic foes until a mysterious portal opens up, allowing the heroes the peace from this nightmare and back into the reality of hell with his blessing to traverse to the Cathedral of Hatred. As they awaken from the misplaced realm of nightmares, they see Donan is on his deathbed, and as he passes, Lorif and he share their everlasting remarks. The heroes find another portal with Tyrael at their side. However, once she finds out that Mephisto is the wolf helping them, she would ask why they would even dare trust a prime evil. Mephisto remarks that trust had nothing to do with it, that her friends had seen reason. With the aid of Mephisto, the heroes beat Lilith to Mephisto's essence as he had been reformulating, and they came together for a decision that would affect both Hell and Sanctuary. They then seal Mephisto inside the Soul Stone, and the heroes sense Lilith's presence, telling Tyrael to take Mephisto away from here back to Sanctuary before the Daughter of Hatred arrives. However, as Lilith comes for her father, she sees that he is nowhere to be found, and a conflict erupts between the group of heroes and Lilith, where the battle had been the hardest fight they had fought. But soon Lilith takes her true form, which looked similar to her father's, making her faster and more agile. But even this wasn't enough, as the heroes pinned her into a corner and gave the finishing blow and watched as the Mother of Sanctuary turns to dust.
Was meant as an escape from the eternal conflict. And yet, here we are, again. I gave you free will, and you've squandered it, wasting it on a crusade you don't understand. You chose tyranny when offered freedom. A poor legacy for my gift. Without me, you would have no victory. And its cost will be more than you can pay.
Lorif would write about these events in his records, stating that they are now truly alone in reality. The creators, father and mother, are gone, dead. They had been made from their image. Their eternal conflicts only helped to reflect this image. As the heroes leave the burning hells, they find that there is no sign of Tyrael anywhere, asking Lorif if she could have been corrupted. but he would claim that it would take a lot longer for Mephisto to corrupt one from within the stone, as it had been done to the likes of the Zakarum all those years ago. Tyrael, however, at this time had been travelling away from civilization to find answers about facing the demon brothers of Mephisto. However, what those answers may be are uncertain at this time, but in using her moral compass, she may have just sealed her own fate, making the same mistake as others had done so before. In her pursuit of not bringing harm to those around her, to her loved ones, she ventures across the sea for the answers she seeks, perhaps to the lost jungles of Karust, and back to the durances of hatred. But the question remains, will she be able to resist the urge of power when presented? Or will she falter and become the Lord of Hatred himself, Mephisto? Conflict has always been in the heart of this universe. From the very beginning, when there had been only one entity outside of reality with Anu, with a great sadness swallowing his pride whole, and then with a whole new issue with the darkness manifesting into Baphomet. Then came the age of angels and demons, then the Sin War, then humanity's many civil wars, then the conflict between mortals and demons, all the way to the departure of both mother and father, leaving humanity alone for good this time. And that is it for the complete history and timeline of the Diablo series. I hope you all had enjoyed your stay. If you did, a like on the video would be very appreciated, along with what you thought of the history of Diablo. Apologies for how long I had left you. Things over here have been a little hectic with work, along with my own mental health, such as with motivation, but I hope you all enjoyed the ride. Sign up to join the British Alliance today by hitting the subscribe button and ringing in the notification bell for all updates to the channel. A special thank you to all of the channel members for your extra mile support that you bestow upon this channel, which I deeply appreciate. And if you would like to become a member, then hit that join button now, and I will see all of you among the cosmos, and be sure to leave this video having a good one.